Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad. What's going on?
Nothing much.
Major of black Americans have indigenous DNA as different level. But who were the real indigenous people? Okay. That's different because a lot of people say different things. And I'm not like really knowledgeable on that. But I know certain things. Like I know something that like 300 years before Columbus came to the Americas, an African prince came with 30 ships and discovered America first. So that might consider as like native, but there were still people there that lived there.
So you believe Africans came over here first? That where black folks come from?
A lot. I mean, there's a research that said that like 300 years before Columbus came to the U.S. To the Americas. I've heard of that before, but still there was other natives that lived there still. Like like the indigenous, Navajos, all the other ones. But
Well,
there was
you
still
got
other ones. Huh?
you got some black people that say that they was here even prior to that.
I mean, like there's no running away from them being Africans. I mean, it might be 100 years, 400 years, 500 years, but still,
No,
it goes back
no,
to
no.
it goes
They
back to
don't.
America, to Africa.
They saying they don't have an African origin at all. Like there's no African origin. They don't come from Africa.
I mean, I guess. I mean, if that's what they believe, I guess. But if you tell them to take a DNA test, and they will tell you that's not accurate or that's not like liable. They say that by like any African American, or actually any American, because you can't say African American. For me, what I believe is if you are if you were born in Africa and you get the American citizenship, you are African American. But if you are black, but like you have generations in America, so you're still American. Because we don't say Sweden American or German American. We don't do that. Or European American. So I'm African American because I was born in Africa, but I came here as a very young age, and then I became a citizen. So I'm considered African American.
What part of Africa you born in?
I'm Eritrean. That's my nationality, Eritrean. I was
Okay.
born in
Well, tell
Sudan.
me,
Well, you're not African American. You know you won't be considered African American in America.
No, I have American citizen. I'm a
I
citizen
know,
because I came here at a very young age.
but you won't be considered African American. You be considered Eritrean American.
I mean, it's the same. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how I look at it. Like I don't say African American just because your grandparents, like you know what I'm saying.
see what I
You're
mean,
originated from
pumpkin. That's
Africa.
why you shouldn't call yourself African descent because you don't
'Cause I
make
am African
clear
American.
distinctions between people like one Yoya, where he's sitting up here saying I'm African American because I was born in America. I'm a Etrian, right?
I wasn't born in America. I was born in
Well, he
Africa.
was born in Etria and he came from the continent and
I
came
was
over
born in
here.
Sudan. My nationality is
He was
Eritrean.
born in Sudan and he came
Okay,
over
so
here.
what? So
Sudan.
are you? Hold on a second. So are you Eritrean or are you Sudanese? Like
No,
what?
I was born in Sudan, but my mom is Eritrean, my dad is Eritrean, all my generational
So
family
that
are
makes you an
Eritrean. So
Eritrean
yes, that
American.
makes me Eritrean.
But you
That
were
makes me
born
an
in. But
African
you were
American.
born in. But you were born in Sudan. You
So
say?
they'll make you an
Sudan, yeah.
Eritrean Sudanese American.
No, you sound ignorant, bro. What are you talking about?
That no, it's
That's not
not. That would make you two states because
what are you talking about?
you're a native born Sudanese,
Okay.
You came over here and got some citizenship off a green card, probably, or your parents fled from your country to find work or something like that, or a better life.
Then what's
No,
wrong with
Came to the
that?
United States.
he can go by whatever group. Like, what's your
So the
ethnic group?
problem with that African descent,
Eritrean.
African American
Which
thing,
group in Eritrea? Like, do you have like a specific group, like ethnic group? What's
No,
your
no,
ethnic
right?
group?
we don't do that. We don't do that back there.
Yes, y'all
We
do that. There's
no,
many.
not that I know of. No, we don't do that.
You
We
got
just
It might
Amarania
enrich one each
it
speaking
other. We
might
got
be
nine
different.
Ethiopians,
tribes.
It might be
Abyssinians.
different in his country, and every
No, we don't
African
do that in
country.
Eritrea because we got 9 tribes and we all mix up. We all mix.
Okay, that
So
still means that you're one of those ethnic groups
no,
still.
you don't. You do not. You're not hearing me. I'm saying like we have 9 tribes, but we all mix with each
And
other.
you
Like
guys are literally in the Arab League.
no,
So
not
y'all
really.
go
We're
by
African.
Arab and Caucasian.
No, we don't. You
Y'all
talking about the
literally do.
Habashi? No, no, we don't.
Bruh, y'all literally are in the Arab League.
You telling me who I am? What
That's
you
what
talking
y'all
about?
identified for
What do you
years,
mean, y'all? Like,
decades and
okay.
centuries. Y'all literally, when y'all got up in front of the YT man to talk about what y'all identify as, y'all said literally, in your neighbors, Ethiopian Abyssinians, literally said that we are not
I'm not Ethiopian.
Negroes.
I'm Eritrean.
We are the Caucasian. You literally are in the Horn of Africa.
Yeah, but there's Kenya, there's Djibouti,
That means you're not a
there's
black person.
Somalia.
That means you're not a black
There's
person,
54
sir.
countries in Africa, my guy.
That means you're not a black person. You are not a quote unquote Bantu Niger Congo.
What are you talking about?
You are a Caucasian Hamite.
You're way lighter than I am. What are you talking about?
Dude, you're literally called a Caucasian Hamite.
No, that's not what I'm called. I'm called Eritrean. What are
They
you talking
literally
about?
use Caucasian to refer to people with Roman noses. They
I
have
don't have Roman
they have
noses.
Caucasian features.
I don't have
They
Caucasian
live in
features.
Somalia. They live in Ethiopia. They live in Eritrea, Djibouti.
So
That's
you
what a
telling me
YT
I have
man. Yeah,
Roman
you would be
nose?
considered to be a
I have Roman nose?
Caucasian.
You saying I have Roman nose?
Yeah, you would be considered a Caucasian. You look
How
like
many? Like, look at my
you look
lips. Look
like
at
what's
my
his name
nose.
off of Aquaman.
Okay. Look at my nose,
Lisa
my lips.
Bonet's
Look at my nose.
current husband,
So what are you
Jason
talking about?
Momoa. Yeah,
Can
you
you
like
try to
Jason
be
Momoa.
professional? Can you try to be professional, bro?
Yeah, I would have said those are
You like a
Caucasian features, but
tanned Jason
you guys are
Momoa.
mixed.
Stop playing with me.
In Eritrea, you guys are mixed with Eurasians.
We're mixed with Asians.
Eurasians. You have
Arabs.
admixture from a long time ago.
Oh, word. Oh, thanks for telling me about my history. But nah, man. How about? All right, let me see him. Let me see him in the video, like the whole video thing. Let me see him. Look,
Yeah,
you
you guys look similar,
Y'all
bro.
look
What
just
the hell?
What are you
alike.
talking? I know. Let's
Y'all
go
But
to
I'm
the
not.
video.
y'all
I'm
look
not
just
Talking
the
about.
alike.
Ethiopian. I'm a
Y'all
black
look
American.
exactly alike. You
I
just
You
know.
guys
But
look
you can't
similar.
still
That's
go off of
crazy,
y'all
lookership
could be
though.
brothers. Y'all could
Yeah,
be
you guys could be
twins
brothers,
down
man.
Bro, we
there.
could be cousins, like literally. I'm
No,
not
No,
we're
even.
y'all
not.
could be
Crazy.
brothers.
We're not
What are
though.
you talking about then?
Genetics.
What's the
Yeah.
age?
You brought up genetics, right? So DNA alone is not going to trace me
Ain't
to
nobody.
you.
I don't think nobody
We
brought
only
up
commonly
genetics.
share a haplogroup with Ramses the third, but outside of that, it's not going to tell us that we're related via the recent genetics, such as autosomal. And autosomal only tells us 6 to 8 generations. It cannot go into slavery. And they weren't taking slaves from Eritrea. They were taking people from Senegal down to Angola and
Yeah, the
people from
West, because it was
Mozambique
closer. We're the West, because it's
and
closer.
Madagascar. So are you
Yeah.
Madagascar or
No, it's
Mozambican?
the West because it's closer. You get it? To Europe and to the Americas, it's closer to the West. East is way harder because you got to go all the way at the end. That's
But
why.
hold on. But the main historians literally said that they took slaves from Mozambique and Madagascar and sent them to the Americas.
They
That's
took, yeah, they did take some, not a whole lot, but they did
Yeah.
take some
and
from
plus
there.
most of these Europeans they had to sail around the continent of Africa going through the Vasco da Gama route because they couldn't go in the interior of Africa until we got out of slavery.
They did in Congo.
They could not go into Congo like that.
Yeah, they were into Congo. There was
They could
waterways that.
not, dude. They literally
Listen,
could not go into
listen.
Africa
There's
until their
waterways.
technology and clothing updated
Oh man. Okay, bro.
to
There's
lighter weight
Honestly,
things because their
what
armors they were on the
do you
coast
want?
of
Okay, where do you get your
Congo.
resources? Where do you get your resources from? Like, where do you get your resources from? Do you read a
Literally
book
from
or do you
mainstream
watch it?
history.
Huh?
Literally from mainstream history.
Like YouTube?
No, textbooks. McGraw-Hill textbooks, the ones that you got educated with.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yo, bro,
What you
I
mean,
believe
sure?
you. I believe you. So what's
are
the
you
what's the problem? I don't get it. What's the
are you
problem?
fully
You
Richmond,
literally
bro?
don't understand
Yeah, I'm
how
fully Eastern.
DNA
Yeah, my
works.
mom and
You
dad are
literally
Eastern.
don't even understand your own history, and you
I know my
literally
own history. What are you
sidestep
talking
why
about? I
your
know
people
exactly
are
what.
in the Arab League.
I know 1,000 generation of mine. I know my grand, like all of it. Like I know
Really?
we,
Are they?
like
Are
we.
they? Do you have the paper genealogy?
I'm
What I
sorry to
no, it's
interrupt. I'm
passed
sorry
down.
to
It's like,
interrupt
hey, your
y'all.
grandpa is
Oral,
this, this, this.
Sorry, but I'm gonna do what the
oral.
Africans
Got
can't
you.
do and Tyrone don't want to do for some motherfucking reason, even though they.
This hold on. Is this? Did he just show up with a white woman?
What?
Did he just show up with a white
Yeah, as his
woman
picture. What
profile?
the heck? What the heck?
Here it go. What is this? It says the complexion of these people is black, not any different from that of the Ethiopians. So tell
Make
me
it
why they're
smaller.
describing.
We can't
Tell me
see
why
it.
they're
I
describing.
know.
Tell me why they're describing American Indians as Africans on the east.
Where?
Make it thing smaller so we can see all of it.
Change the layout. Right.
So
Yeah, can you zoom? Can you
Here,
American
zoom in?
I'll
Can
give
you
you
Indians,
zoom in?
even
While
better one.
can you
I'll
zoom
give you
in?
an even
modern
better
day
one.
Ethiopia wasn't called Ethiopia. It was Abyssinia.
It means burnt
Ethiopia
face.
meant the entire
First of all,
continent.
Ethiopian is not prescribed to a certain region.
Yeah.
Ethiopian means burnt face. So they were calling Americans burnt face. They weren't calling them African.
Hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Who wrote
There it
that?
go right there. You don't believe me? Hold on. Let me give you a better
Who wrote
one.
that?
Whitey. Who wrote that?
Verrazano,
Verrazano. Who's that person?
as a European explorer that was talking about the Indians within the Caribbeans
You know, so
and also
so
in the
he
United
knows
States.
everything. He's a white tea
Hey,
and he knows
Godzilla,
everything.
that's funny, Godzilla. That's real funny, dog.
So he knows everything. Is that what he's saying?
All right,
So he
no,
knows.
you could disagree. So
Godzilla
you're
lying.
gonna
This don't have
say I'm not done. You're gonna say Verrazano didn't say that American Indians look like Ethiopians, and I can show you 3 other explorers that said the same motherfucking thing.
Okay, just because somebody look like somebody doesn't mean that they're
Did
them.
So can you
That
can you
still
okay,
means
how
that they're
about
That's
Negroes,
weird.
dummy.
black verse? Can we
That's weird.
academically say that explorers describe the American Indians to look somewhat African?
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay,
But
thank you.
Yeah,
There you
don't
go.
well,
say
All
they
from
right, that's
look
fine.
it.
Africa. Like
Right.
he
And then
Body
the
told me
But
literally.
but
interpretation,
He said
and
my
then
And
the
the
really
story
quickly,
interpretation
right
on
really
that,
here that
quickly.
they
So
the
you asked the
interpretation on how
question.
the
African you are would
Reconstruction
be
You
is
asked the
subjective.
question. So
African
now
Easy
can I
work.
features,
respond?
Melanesian and
Can I
African features.
respond, please? Thank
let
you.
him respond.
So
Go
again,
ahead.
so yes, to be described to look like something and compared to something does not mean that you are that, right? So they could compare the colors, the skin pigmentation to the skin pigmentation of the Africans. You know why? Because they had already had contact with Africans for hundreds of years prior to coming over to the Americas. So when the Europeans, as white and bright as they were, color wise, when they skin pigmentation wise, when they came over here and they saw the indigenous people of this land, they compared their skin color to those of the Africans. They did not say that those people were the Africans, and you
Okay,
cannot show me
you're right.
nowhere
You're
in
right. You're
history
right.
you
They compared them. They compared them
compared them.
based
That
off of
means that
compare.
they're
Okay, that's
Let
Negroes,
fine.
him.
dummy.
Yes, I
Two
agree with
different
you. Now,
people.
did
But you
they
cut me
say
off. I
that
really
they were
wasn't
like the
done, but okay, go
Egyptians?
ahead.
Did
Let
they
him
say
finish,
that
bro.
they were
Let him
like the
finish.
Egyptians and the Syrians?
Let him
I,
finish.
I, I didn't hear your question.
Did he say also where you're saying that you're saying I'm taking it out of context? Okay, you can make that argument. So I'm going to put it back in context where he literally is quoted later on saying that they resembled the people in Egypt and Syria.
That's
Well, I don't know
Kemet
about the Egypt and
and
Syria, but I
Yemen.
do
It's
know
right
about
there.
the
It's right there on
real
the
quick.
They
screen.
got nappy
Bro,
hair
I
and
got
dark
him.
Okay,
skin.
okay, cool.
Can I
So
say
again,
something?
they also compared them to the Orientals of the Far
Yep, and
East.
there's
Okay,
Negritos
excuse.
in the
Oh my
Orientals. They
God!
would have
I
came
mean, why
across
do
the
my
Let
Negritos
him
on
my
the
finish,
voice?
before the
bro.
earth was
My
America
born.
voice,
wasn't
my
Host,
homogenous.
voice.
mute
I
everybody
really
but
can't holler. My voice
black
is
stuff,
like really
please.
bad.
Africa
Mute
wasn't
everybody.
homogenous. America
Right,
wasn't
right.
homogenous. Asia wasn't
So again,
homogenous.
Exactly. There's multiple
but
phenotypes.
Right. There
again,
was multiple groups of people here.
but again, to compare somebody
to an African,
To compare somebody
to
to
an
an African
African,
doesn't mean that they are African.
All
So
to an
right, so to
African.
compare
you could
me
you
to
could
this man right here
you
doesn't
could
mean I'm an African.
no, that's
By
not.
your
We're
own
not
logic.
comparing. See,
By your own
that's the
retarded
difference.
logic, bro.
That's the difference. We're not comparing you to him, right? Nobody's
You
comparing you.
literally just did.
Nobody is comparing you to him. The thing is, genetically, if you take a DNA test and he take a DNA, oh well, we already know you 68% Nigerian.
Genetically,
We
for
already know
one, we
that
already know you
biologically,
don't understand
we've
how
seen your
DNA
DNA
tests
test,
work.
sir. So we know
for
that you
one,
are
can a
African by
DNA test lead me to an
68%.
African
And now you
cousin?
want to
No, it
overtalk.
can't.
Now you want to keep
No, it
overtalking.
can't.
So
So I
again,
showed
so
my DNA and it
similar.
didn't
Now
lead me
looking
to
at your
no
complexion,
African cousin.
you
Y'all was
are
begging me to
the same
buy a
complexion.
subscription,
Your
which that's
your
marketing, nigga.
your
That's not
complexion is similar
scientific.
to
That's
his.
just buying into
Your
another
complexion
subscription.
is similar to his, but you are
Your
not him.
complexion
So
is
therefore,
similar
that's
to
a
his.
comparison. If you don't know the difference between a comparison and somebody determining that you are that person, that's on you. That's your retarded logic. You have to get out. You got to
yeah,
get out.
gonna get
You have to get
ignorant,
out
you
of
gonna
your
get country
ignorance, sir.
bumpkin.
Tyrone,
Because again,
you sound very immature right now. Let him finish, bro.
he just want to keep on over talking people. That's
You
how
sound very immature, bro.
That's how Ling
We're
Ling
trying to
does.
have a dialogue
No,
with you.
that's how Black
That's not
Princess
Ling
gets on
scholarship.
But you
feelings
does
sound
as
very
a
that.
child.
immature. You sound like
Hey,
a child.
In
He
Southland,
usually gets his ass whooped
You
by
sound like a
some
Dallas,
child.
hung
but
coverings
okay.
for
Let him
one
life,
finish.
others
one
did
yo,
not.
don't worry
They
about it,
had
bro.
a black
He can do this because my
skin.
voice is bad
Yeah,
right now. He know
right.
I shout him down. I can't shout
You
him down
won't.
right
But
now
you
because
don't
my
have
throat is sore.
scholarship. You
Yeah,
have
because you've been
So
sucking
conjecture gets
OHF
interrupted.
What?
yes.
Are you
Yeah,
guys, what, like,
conjecture
are you guys fifth
conjecture is
graders?
not respected as
Are you guys like
scholarship.
fifth graders? What's going on,
No,
bro?
that's
Are you a
That's
conjecture.
why
grown
his
man?
throat hurt.
Listen,
Hey,
That's
that's
not
let's have a
projection.
scholarship.
talk. Let's
Hey,
have a
hey,
See, that's
dialogue.
what you be
Scholarship.
doing
We're
to
not
that's
Let's
looking
have a
for
support
projection.
dialogue.
Buddy, bro.
conjecture.
Tyrone,
One at a
No, we're
time.
looking
come
for
on. Let's have a
scholarship, not
dialogue.
conjecture.
One at a
That's
time.
it's
Oh, I
specific.
got
This
my
is annoying,
sources
bro.
up right here.
All
It's
right,
very
have a good night,
specific
guys.
what
Peace.
we're
Have a good night.
asking for. We're not asking for your feelings. This isn't a hair salon. We don't want
Yep.
conjecture and opinions. We want scholarship.
Damn, bro. So you did a DNA test and you got 68% African on there?
And guess what? The 68% doesn't really mean anything because it's not going to take you to
Which test did
nobody.
you take?
It's not going to take you to the colonial or antebellum.
Yeah.
It's
Right,
only talking about you
what
share a
test?
common haplogroup within the BCE with ancient hominids that lived in Africa thousands of years ago. It's not going to guarantee you something like reparations and connecting yourself to a
Which test did you
specific
take, bro?
tribe.
Which
Why
one?
would they connect you to ancient hominids? I don't.
That's what they do.
Oh,
That's why these Negroes
no, they
blurt out
don't.
haplogroups. Because it's not talking about nothing recent, like
But it's
the slave
haplogroups
trade era.
for us, not haplogroups of hominids. Hominids had their
It
own
is a
haplogroups.
haplogroup of a hominid. A human is a hominid, are they not?
I said for us, not no
Is a
ancient
human a
hominid.
hominid? Yes or no?
Did
I
you?
didn't
Did
say
you?
ape.
Tyrone, did you not hear what I said?
Black first
Never
is a
mind. Never
so-called
mind.
hominid. He a
Damn.
creature. He an ape creature. He believes in the primate theory. He believes he a
Yeah,
monkey to man.
Black
All right,
first.
I got something to present right quick. The word comparison, right, is to consider or estimate of some similarities or dissimilarities between two things. So again, when the Europeans are comparing the skin complexion of the indigenous people to that of the Africans, they're showing the similarities. Now, when you go to similarities, we're gonna look that up, right? So that way we can make sure that we have everything in context when when they're using phrases such as not unlike the Ethiopians. To use that phrase not unlike, it means similar to, although be it seems as if it has a double negative, right? Not and unlike are two double negatives. However, it translates into similar. So to say that they are not unlike the Ethiopians means that they are similar to the Ethiopians, right? That's what it is. Tyrone? No, I think you didn't. I don't know. But I'm just, punking. I wanted to be a teacher when I grew up, but you know what I'm saying? I had to go out here and make some real money, you know what I mean? These people soft, man.
Yeah, you got to be a special person to be a teacher.
Yeah, he's a special person though. But anyway, Well, I wanted to address the gentleman that left abruptly because I had to roast black first for a little bit. You have Paleo Indians that already have Negroid, Australoid craniometry. Like they already confirmed it. And you can't get around since y'all like using DNA. Native Americans hide behind NAGPRA and they don't offer their own DNA because they believe that it takes advantage of their own tribal beliefs. So let's not play with the science. Which is it? You can't sit up here and say Black Americans don't have Indian genetics when they don't even have a large reference panel of United States American Indians that relates and is relevant to Black Americans that will show us and prove to us that we already have the bloodline of American Indians.
What
And
you
that's recent.
what you showing us impress me? What you got? What you trying to show?
It looked like Olmec statues.
Impress me. Are you there?
All this Olmec.
Huh?
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. What you say?
I said all this found in Olmec. All this Olmec.
Okay. Can you tell us what we looking at?
Those are Olmec statues. It look like a hair pick. It looked like a dagger made of flint. Like Monument F, a miniaturized version of Monument F.
We looking at us, pumpkin.
Yeah, you from Mexico? Your folks from Mexico?
Me and you.
Central
We
America?
family. Yeah, we family.
Well, apparently my DNA put my shit in the Yucatan, so
Oh, okay.
that just stands for they don't have enough indigenous American reference panels because the Native Americans paying goofies tap dance for aren't actually taking the shits.
Hey, pumpkin. I told OHF the other day, y'all focus a lot on the South and the Southeast, but y'all don't never focus on us up here in the Midwest. What y'all got for us in the Midwest? In the
Negroes
North.
already have bloodlines from the Midwest. They were still in Pawnee. They were still in Natchez. They were still in Ouachita, selling them to the Caribbean and to other parts of the colonies within the United States. That would be French territory.
You said the French is in the Midwest?
Yes. French fur traders.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just wondering. There's a lot of history in the South y'all talk about all the time, but never about
Because the
the
blood of the
Midwest.
Southern Negro is unquestionably Indian. What part don't you get? That's from the 19th annual report of American Bureau of Ethnology and the Smithsonian. You can't get around that shit.
Yeah, I understand the South, but what about the Midwest too? It's here too.
You have different ethnic groups and phenotypes in all continents. It's not just a singular mongoloid look.
Mm-hmm.
Is Asia a yellow ethno state? Is Europe a white ethno state? Is Africa a quote unquote black ethno state? Because I've seen a lot of y'all paying goofies grift away from Africa being black only. Y'all allow Eurocentrics and Egyptologists to draw invisible lines through the Sahel all the way to the Horn when it wasn't even a barrier. It was a highway. It's a trade highway.
Mm-hmm. Cause
So what are you talking about?
I'm on the Ohio River, so therefore I'm one of the heads of the Mississippi.
Okay, are your people from the Midwest?
Yep. Well,
How far their genealogy go back?
I took mine to Virginia.
Then that
In
means
one
that you
part,
wouldn't be from the Midwest. You would be from Virginia.
which is the East, but We've been here in the Midwest for years, for a long time, bro. I'm not going against you. I'm just asking about history of the
I
Midwest.
know you was on Final Battle
Final battle. What's that?
on Facebook. You, Queen Cass, Sassy P.
That wasn't me, bro.
That was you, bruh. I know
Mm-mm.
you. You the
That
one that
was
posted that meme about some perms. Negroes don't have no perms. I remember you.
that wasn't me, bro.
Bullshit. But anyway,
Punk can tell him it wasn't me.
that was you. That's why you're laughing,
If
because I know
he
y'all. I
say it
know y'all
wasn't him,
Final
if
Battle
he say it
Negroes.
wasn't him, it wasn't him.
It
I
wasn't
know
me.
it was, because I got his
No,
fucking
I say
screenshot.
if
You want
he
me to
said,
show you?
yeah, show us,
Yeah,
please.
All right,
show
I'll
me.
show you.
Yeah, it wasn't me, bro.
While we waiting, Ian, are you there? Ian,
Yeah,
you there?
thank you for inviting me.
How you doing? Would you like to answer the background or either jump in on the current conversation?
Yeah, of course. I'm doing all right, thank you. And yeah, majority of Black Americans have indigenous DNA at different levels. Yeah, I agree. Um, so my father is Black American, and when I did my ancestry.com, most of the
That
people I
ain't you
matched. Excuse me.
right here, JB
Where at?
in the center.
That is not JB.
No, sir.
That's not him.
Mm-mm.
All right.
I told you, bro, it wasn't me.
So when I did the ancestry.com, a lot of the people who I matched with on my father's side had indigenous America's percentages like spanning from 1 to 3%. And so yeah, it was different levels. Some of them had 1% indigenous, some of them had 2%, 3%. But who were the real indigenous peoples? I think the real indigenous peoples were the first ones to inhabit the land that's now known as the United States, or the borders that encompass what we now known as the United States. I'm not sure if those people were phenotypically identical to African people. But what I definitely know to be certain is that the people who were already here before the arrival of colonizers ended up having children with the enslaved African people who were brought from Africa, which is why now we have people who are inheriting African and indigenous American DNA.
Hey, Punkin, I frequent this
Okay,
cigar
thank you
bar.
for that.
I frequent this cigar bar, Punkin, and I was talking to this older white dude in there. He's like 83 years old, and he was talking about. We talked about the Siberians that came from the West, but he was talking about the other people that came from the East that were chasing the was did he say the sea lions or they were chasing something for food. It wasn't the sea lions, but it was the something like that. You got any information about that?
Reindeer.
You said like the East Coast of the United States?
Yes, ma'am. They were chasing them for food.
Um,
And he said they chased them all the way to the
I
Virginians.
don't know. Like, I don't think, was there sea lions on the East Coast?
No, there weren't sea
I thought
lions
they
on the
were
East
found
Not
Coast.
sea
from
lions. What's the
That's
other thing called?
Alaska.
What's the other things called? What they
It was chasing
walrus,
reindeer.
no, not the walruses, but
seal.
the seals. Yeah, he said that they was chasing seals from all the way from Iceland all the way to the Virginias, from England to the Iceland to the Virginias. That's something. It was something new to me. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, sometimes, Pumpkin, I think that we do have a lot of our people coming on here talking about a lot of our history, but sometimes other people got history that lines up that makes sense for us. You know what I'm saying? And they may not be speaking of them, but they may be speaking of other people too. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I guess it's one way when we just listen to accounts of history from our own people. Just like OHF, he listens to a lot of people that talked about the East Coast or the southern parts, but not a lot of people that talk about everything else.
I don't know what else there is to talk about because I don't know known black folks to only be within the either on the East Coast, far East Coast, or in the South region. I don't know black folks that come from Seattle, originally from
No,
Seattle.
I'm in Seattle and black folks up here. Okay, so this is
No,
the
I'm
thing.
talking
No,
about originally. I'm talking about
right,
like your
I agree
great
with you,
great
right?
great
So
grandma and all that
my
come from.
daddy is from Alabama. Like my father, he was born in Alabama. He was raised in Alabama. My grandmother is the only one of her siblings who didn't leave Alabama, like during the Great Migration, looking for jobs, opportunity, and whatnot. My grandmother was the only one who didn't leave Alabama out of all her siblings. So my father was raised there. Now my father moved to Seattle, which is where he met my mother. And then I was raised here. But my dad always told me black people from Washington are different. And I was like, what do you mean by that? And now I know because I've traveled back and forth to Alabama.
Well, yeah, of course, there gonna be some cultural differences for a region. Like each region is gonna be different. Folks that move to the West Coast or up north or Midwest, their culture gonna be slightly different. So yeah, I mean that's true regardless. You know.
Yeah, I just be wondering that though. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of. It's just like me and you, Pumpkin. Me and your history is going to be totally different, right? Even though we may look, even though we may look similar but not the same. But my history way different from yours, but we have similarities to our history. Just like Tyron, you look like some homeboys that I noticed from his Mississippi, but our history is going to be totally different, and it's kind of weird to lump us all together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got shared phenotypes here of our own. I don't know why people forget that or neglect that fact, but I see reoccurring people that share the same phenotypical circle in Black Americans, but they always try to attribute it to just Africa when we got our own stuff going on. But I wanted to address like this Skip Gates receipts because people use him as their idol and they want to say that anything and everything that involves Africa is a good thing, but they don't look at his background and why they choose to use this gentleman because he literally said that reparations is racial bullying. He hid Ben Affleck's slave owning genealogy. He sits up here and lies and cherry picks about Black Americans' Indian DNA because Native Americans were mixing with us. He just doesn't have the database for it. And also, the genetic tests only have European and small hat genetics exclusively in the Human Genome Project, so it's not representative of Black Americans, let alone Native Americans. And down here, in the reference to Henry Louis Gates dangerously wrong about slave history, he literally blames slavery on Africa. So that's a shame on the African descents in this chat room that's claiming to be from West Central Africa. He literally just lied on y'all precious motherland. And y'all hold this man with respect and accolades instead of stripping him of his tenure.
I don't know what do they got to do with anything.
It has everything to do with it because y'all was beefing with the Aboriginals, but y'all rock with this Negro.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
A whole bunch of nothing.
This is y'all idol. DNA, African descent.
Okay,
He's not wrong in what he's saying
First
though.
of all,
Like
he is wrong.
no,
he
he's
ain't
not
my
because you
idol.
don't know
He's
history.
just a simple
Yeah,
professor.
I do know history.
At
Y'all
college.
niggas lie.
You high key
Y'all
don't because
niggas
you would
prop this
know
cool
that
up. Y'all
Africa
prop
is
this
not some
Negro up
unified
as your
people.
Pan-African
The Africans
champion,
are not a
right?
unified people.
He doesn't
right?
identify as African. He identifies as white.
Okay, well that's fine for him.
That makes
He
you
can
that
identify
makes you a
however
tap
he
dancer.
wants.
That makes you a
That
trash
doesn't make
man.
it true.
That's him. He
It
ain't the
is.
all be
You
all
can
of
identify
Black
as
folks.
But he is
unicorn. That
y'all
don't make
leader.
you a
That's y'all
unicorn,
source.
buddy.
He is
That's y'all
not.
master teacher.
He is not my leader. And half of the Black folks don't even know what this man is. So
But y'all use him in this California University clip to say that niggas ain't got no Indian
since
DNA.
I've been on TikTok, never referenced Henry Gates Jr. ever, and I
But
put that on my
yo
mom. I
Negroes
never
like Black
referenced this
First
man.
and OHF love this Negro.
But that's
Regardless of
him.
that, is he
How is he wrong? Because you clearly
He's
don't
wrong for
understand.
one. He's wrong for one. He doesn't have the Native American genetic samples because they're not actually testing them because they got NAGPRA. Two, Black
What?
Americans genetically have the Indian DNA and blood unquestionably because Native Americans were forcibly bred with Negroes for centuries.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were,
No,
dumbass.
in no
Yeah,
large
they
numbers
were.
were
Yeah,
Native
they were. Even
Americans
Claudio
forced to mix in with
Sant,
black
his own
people.
colleague said they were. Even thereafter of slavery, after slavery,
When
from
and where?
1500s all the way through removal and thereafter is what he
All the
said
way
in the
through
Black
all
Indians
the way through removal.
documentary.
Okay. Again, your
So
documentary is full of
you're a
lies. No,
dumbass.
dude, you're simply just lying, and
You're a
you're
dumbass.
quoting
Big Red.
this
I can actually
misinformation.
source
Right?
up.
You're quoting this misinformation so vehemently and
What
so
misinformation? I got the
strongly.
clips.
Right? No, again, a video does
Okay,
not
you
prove
want me
this
to
thing.
clip it? You
But
want
see,
me to
what
show
we
you the
know is
clip?
right because we understand right from
We
genetics.
understand you're a
Even if
moron.
I don't test right the Native Americans, their DNA still wouldn't pop up in mine because we would
Actually, it would,
see
dummy, because
right.
they haven't actually collected
No,
a
no, it
large
wouldn't.
database.
Why
And are
would
you
Native
from the United
American
States or are you
DNA
an immigrant?
switch over to being
Big
African
Red, are
tribal
you a
DNA? How
United
does that
States
make
citizen
sense?
or an immigrant?
No. How does
Are
that
you a
make
United
sense?
States citizen or an
No.
immigrant?
See, you keep running your mouth. You keep talking. Right, we're going to have
You got
no.
21,000.
Stay on mute. Stay on mute. Me and you are going to have a dialogue. Okay, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Right, and you're going to answer fully. That is how this is going to work. We're not just going to sit here and keep throwing
Not
words at
showing
each other.
sources, sir.
Okay,
What's up, Ben?
hold on. I'll get you everything you need. But so here's how this is going to go down.
What's up, Jay? What's up, Punky?
You need
What's
to
up,
explain to me
Hey,
why the
MA.
Native American DNA would ever appear as African DNA on any genetic testing. Why would that happen?
For one, there's no such thing as an African DNA or a
No,
Native
there
American
is
DNA.
African DNA.
There's
is
no such thing as an
European
African
DNA.
DNA. It's not
Yeah,
tied to
there
race,
is.
moron.
There is.
No, it's not.
I can
No, it is
fully
not. It's
look at a group of
haplogroups that's
people and
going
say,
off of out of
hey,
Africa
you
theory
don't
methodology,
originate in
but that's
any
not
other
telling you a
place.
tribe. That's not telling you an
Hmm.
ethnic group.
You know, most
That's
people
only telling you
are
SMPs,
geolocked.
nigga. That's not telling you race.
Oh my gosh, bro.
You gish galloping idiot.
Again, we know what the North Africans are. They are Ibero-Maurusians, right? And
But that's
the
not tied in no
Tufians, which
DNA.
are not native to Africa. There's only
You said what?
about
You said North
4
African
current
Egyptians
groups
are not
native
native to
to
Africa?
Africa. No, the majority of their
Then how do they
DNA
have
does
E1,
not come
B1A,
from
and
Africa.
E1, B1B?
It comes from the Levant.
How do they have Levant? Nigga, they're from Africa, you moron.
No.
They have
They're-
E1, B1A, and E1, B1B.
Do you know what an Etufian is?
A Tufian, it doesn't matter. They're still
It
fucking
does.
African.
It does actually, because if you knew
It
what an
doesn't matter
Etufian was,
because
you
it
would
ain't
understand that
tied
that
to
is the
haplogroups. You're
progenitor
just
people.
fucking babbling.
Again, stop talking when I'm talking, bro. These people are the progenitors of the modern, Egyptian people. Those people, who we look at the pharaohs and who we trace their bloodlines to, right, and all that. So these
Then how
people
do I
are
have
not
King
quite
Ramses
native
III's
in the way that you might think. The same way with the Moroccans and the North Africans. They are Ibero-Maurusians. So you don't understand these terms because you've never heard of them because you've never actually looked
You're
any of this shit
babbling,
up.
dude. You're not bringing up
I'm not right, but
genetics. You're bringing up
hold on.
ethnic
I'll
groups.
bring you the two.
You're
from
bringing
Facebook. Hold on.
ethnic groups of Ottoman Turk people and not actually talking about haplogroups or the DNA
Tufians
commercial
are not
test.
Ottoman Turks. Why?
You're talking about some
Crazy,
Ottoman
bro.
Turk
You're
immigrants
just
from modern
crazy, bro.
times, descendants of
No, I'm not
Greco-Roman
talking about the Turkish
Greco-Roman
Egyptians. You know who the
B-lines.
Turkish Egyptians are. They trace back to the steppe. When we do their DNA, we know that they're from the steppe.
Okay, what's
They
their
don't deny
haplogroup?
that.
What's their haplogroup?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it really doesn't.
It
For this
does,
conversation,
fool.
what we're talking about,
It
we're talking
does,
about
fool.
the actual
It
native
does, fool.
Egyptians. We're
It
actually talking about
does
the
because
actual
you
native Egyptians,
literally
not
said
the
it's an African
interloper
haplogroup.
who has nothing to do with
You
the
literally
area.
said that Native American
The
haplogroup
Turkish
and
people
African haplogroup.
arrived in Egypt in like the 13th century. We are not talking about them. Let's stay on topic. I know you have a hard time with doing
BCE
that, but we're
stuff
talking
is
about the actual
irrelevant to
Egyptians.
modern times and what's relevant to reparations. which
What?
is
What?
a
What?
case of
What?
Black
What?
Americans. That's
What?
why we're doing DNA, and that's why we're doing genealogy to get that reparations bag, because it's only lineage based,
No,
not no
you
skin
aren't going
color.
to get
It's not no
any
skin color
reparations
vibes. It's
from the
not no
U.S.
race
government.
baiting vibes. It's only
They've
lineage
already
based.
said they weren't going to give us reparations. What are you talking about?
Actually, they are. We got
There's
practical ones
there's
such
no
as the Cherokee
genealogy,
Nation.
right, that
The
you can
Cherokee
put to the
Nation in
federal courts
2017
of the United
offered
States
Black
of America
Americans to
that
do
will
their
ever get
genealogy
you
to get
anything. But that's not what we're here to
tangibles from the
talk about. Let's
Cherokee
stay on
Nation and
topic again.
citizenship.
Let's go back to those Natufians, though.
The Muskogeans this year alone are offering Black Americans to do their genealogy to gain citizenship. But they're stalling at giving us ID cards until the court ruling comes back to match their rulings. So I don't know what you're talking about. You talking about BCE Egyptians and all this shit. That's irrelevant to the topic at hand, which is Skip Gates literally denied and erased a portion of history that's documented that says that Black Americans are unquestionably Indian by blood. We're not getting off into the roses and instead of detouring away from grandma's house. You over here talking about some Egyptians and stuff that ain't got nothing to do with the topic. We talking about DNA, and you said that Indian blood is not proven in Negroes, and we can source that up. It is proven.
No, there are plenty of individuals who
Not no
are
individuals.
native
Black
and Black
Americans as a
American,
whole has
but we know that
Indian
those people
genetics.
are called the Afro-Indigenous. See, Afro meaning Africa,
Afro, that's a
indigenous meaning
hyphen. That's a
indigenous to
modern
America,
colonial
i.e.,
label. That's a
those
political
Siberian
correct
peoples who
label.
crossed the Great Barrier Reef and came here, the actual natives of America,
What is an
not
actual
your
Native
black
American?
ass.
Because by definition alone, a Native American is a European that was
And
born
when
here.
No, that
and
is not the
when and
By
when
definition of
have
title
Native
that
alone, it
American.
means
and when
Creole.
was that group of people so called, like, when did they start calling these so-called group of people Afro anything? Like, when in time did that happen? In ancient times did it happen, or in modern times did it happen?
Modern times. He
So to
using
see every
colonial labels.
so-called black person over here is an Afro indigenous or a Afro this and that shit is false.
Yep.
It's
Hey,
not
can I say
false.
something real
It's
quick?
a reclassification of what already is.
Go ahead.
But
Y'all
It
got
listen,
it.
already
listen.
Get this
exists.
clown.
That's the thing, right?
They would not
But
know
in
if that's what it
reality,
is if
this
they're not
person.
testing.
Hold
Do
on.
they test? Do they test African DNA of
Yes,
living people or of
living and dead
so-called
people. Yes.
bones?
Listen,
Both.
listen. DNA comes from the living people
That's
that are
actual
in a
bones.
particular
They test
area.
living people.
Yeah, that are in a particular area. So if most of your DNA coming up in these people who have been in that particular area for thousands of years, that's how it shows up. That's how you get your percentage.
So does that make it not true? Am I still not
No, DNA
related to
is
that?
true. The people who don't want to take DNA, they know it's true, and that's why they don't want to take it.
Exactly, like these, black fools here.
Yeah, the reason why
These
they don't
black
want to
fools
take it
here.
because it
History
expose
and
the truth.
ancestry.
Listen. I'm gonna ask you something. When we talking about just doing genealogy without DNA, do you know that most Black Americans, if not all Black Americans, African Americans, have a slave owner's last name, or we picked one of the European slave names in order to trace ourselves? So if, when you're doing genealogy, right, you're tracing yourself back to a white man's name, to all the people
Not
that
true.
that white man
Yes,
that owned
very
that
true.
slave.
Not
I
true.
mean,
You think
So
you're
are
gonna give me
even the
white people the only
I get
Europeans?
but MIA, even the indigenous people, they last name are European too.
Pumpkin, we have
But the
documentation of
indigenous name
even
their names
so-called,
like
hold on.
Eagle
We
Eye.
have documentation of so-called freed Africans that was over here in America, right? Right after they was freed from doing their servitude, them motherfuckers came
Okay.
and they started owning slaves themselves.
Well, hold
Okay,
up. Did those
this
So
free
this
Africans?
this
Did
this
those
what
What?
I'm saying. Hear
it
me out
is
real quick.
it's literally a fact. I
did
can
those
Let's
free
pull up
Africans
hold
have
I can
on
pull
just
up
a
the African
second.
last
Hold on
names?
just a
I could
second.
pull up an African that was in the
Hold on
colonies
just a
that owned
second.
slaves.
Hold on, this what I'm saying. So, y'all know I live near the Choctaws in Mississippi. They have European names. All of them. They
Well,
all their
Even
names.
Chata that comes up here
well,
on
listen,
the
listen,
game.
Yes, they all have European last names.
listen.
The
Y'all say
Choctaw,
they
the
all have
Choctaw that come
European
up
last
here,
names, right? Y'all
dog,
say they all
dog
have
is
European
a
last names because
Mexican descent. We
they
just found that
adapted,
out the other
right?
day.
But when they start,
Even in Latin America, they still even have European last name, but they
not all of them,
Spanish and
not
well,
all of them.
most
Yeah,
of
but
them,
my point
majority of
is
them.
not
But that's what I'm
every
saying.
so-called European last name is a white European.
So you
There
can't
were
do
black
genealogy with a
Europeans.
white European
My
last name.
fam, there were such
So
thing
what's
as
the
black
difference?
Europeans
What's
way
the
before white
difference?
Europeans came into
What's
existence.
MIA.
Oh my God,
What's
hold
the
on?
difference
y'all,
between
y'all
a
so
black
delusional.
European and a white
No, that would
European
be
last
Because there
name?
were no black Europeans.
You wanna put money on it?
Yeah,
What's
I can put
no,
money
there
Wallahi, there
on it.
were
wasn't no black
Europeans
I can
that
put
came
money
Europeans,
on
bro.
it.
to
So
Those
America.
who
black
who
There's
wanna
not a
put
Europeans. Hold
native
on.
black
who the fuck
person
Those
wanna
from
put
black
money
I'm
on it?
just
Europeans.
asking. I'm
Who
just
wanna
Those
put
asking
money
black
on it?
clarification.
Europeans are
I don't
recent
know what's the
African
difference.
immigrants.
Who wanna put money on it?
Those black
Yeah.
Europeans are black.
Hello.
I'll put money on it. Those black
Be
Europeans
Apple
are
Pay ready, my nigga.
African immigrant descendants. You have some of those from Scotland, where those people came from America,
You
African
do realize
Americans
that
who had
Europe and
left the
Africa
country.
overlaps, right?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, but
Oh
those
You
my.
people
do
are not
realize their
us.
genetics overlap, and it's
Those
just one
people
big
are mixed with
supercontinent.
No, it's
Neanderthals.
not one big
Okay,
super
Africans got
Africans
continent.
are not.
Neanderthal.
The English and the French and the Germans are
Africans
all
don't have
very distinct. What
Black
are you
Neanderthals.
talking
Americans
about?
do have Neanderthal genetics if you take the
We have
DNA test.
Neanderthal from
It'll be
white tea
tiny though. It'll
America.
be 2%.
We
Not even
only have
just hold on, not
Neanderthal
even
from
just
white tea
Neanderthal, not
America.
even just Neanderthal genetics. They also have the so-called first and second variant of the EDAR gene, which was found in China.
But where we come from the Western
Black
Central
people don't
Africa,
have
those
that.
people
What are
who
Bruh,
you
you
are
Yes,
didn't
talking
come
yes,
about?
they
from
do. It's
directly
found in
Black
it's
people
found
from
do
in
not
Europe.
have
Africa.
the
Your
It's
EDAR
found
gene.
in
bloodline
Your
it's
hair
found
is
in
extends
Europe
south
straight.
and it's found in
for
Africa.
No,
Literally.
no, the
300
EDAR
years.
Yeah.
gene is for straight hair. What are you talking
You
about?
didn't maintain
You
no
wanna you
full
wanna you
blood
wanna put money on
Bantu
that too?
DNA.
Bro,
well,
I'll
who
put your
wanted to make a
fucking
bet? Who
house
wanted to make the
deed.
bet?
MIA.
MIA.
I'll make the
I
bet.
wanna
I'll
make the
bet you
bet.
that the
So
EDAR gene
let's
isn't.
make a bet. What's your bet,
So you so you
MIA?
so you so you wanna make the bet that it's not in Africans or in Europe? You wanna make that bet?
What'd you say? There's no Africans in Europe?
No,
Yeah,
I'm talking to Big Red
I'll
right now.
give
He want
you.
to make a bet that the so-called first variant of the EDAR gene is not found in Europeans and in Africans. Do you want to make that bet?
I thought we were looking at these last names between the black Europeans and the white Europeans.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying. Y'all
what's the
want to do
difference? I want to
genealogy.
know what's the difference. I'm interested in.
Well, I can tell you the difference. There's no difference between the Europeans. There is no black Europeans.
There
You want to put
Europe,
was.
money on it?
well, we can put money on
If
that.
your understanding of genetics, that means that Europe was not a white ethno state. There were black
Europe was
indigenous
actually
people.
white. Europe is not
Okay,
us.
where's that
So
evidence?
when
You
We
did
got
that
have
so-called
Alaskians.
when did
listen. We
that
have the
so-called
Yeah.
hold
license
on.
No.
when did
No.
Listen.
that
No. I
hold on
have
Well,
Sky
listen.
Walters Sky
the
Walters when
Irish.
did that
The
so when
Irish
did
were
that
not white.
so-called
The Irish were not white.
hold on Nathan hold on when did that so-called light-skinned gene or variant so-called came into existence? The one that
Maybe
is
like
found in
30,
white tea
30,
people.
40,000, maybe 50,000 years ago. The white people, white
Wrong. It
tea
wasn't even
people.
40,000.
Well, listen, white tea people are not that old, and you know why? I always give
Exactly.
this. Listen. I
If they're
always give
not
this
that old, then
example.
why are you making it seem like they're
Listen,
ancient?
I always give this example. When you had the out of Africa theory, and you had the people that made the second migration out of Africa, they met up with the Denisovians or the Neanderthals, which are not us, even
Okay,
though
the
we made it together.
Denisovans and the Neanderthals would have been your melanated as well. They wouldn't have been pale.
Melanated does
Listen, but
not
they
Because
wouldn't have been
mean
pheomelanin
melanated.
dark.
recessive
Everybody
genes
is
is
Oh
found
my
within your
gosh, that does not
melanated
mean
They
people.
fucking
Listen, but
race.
everybody's melanated. It don't mean that we have the
No,
same melatonin.
everybody's
Whether
pheomelanin
you're closer
and
to the equator,
eumelanin, dummy. It's
listen,
not
if
just
you're close
everybody's
to the equator
melanated.
or farther away to
Sir,
the
you got
equator, it depends on how much
pheomelanin
melanin
and
you have.
eumelanin. That's two different things.
It's
Just
all
saying,
melanin.
just
It's
Do you
saying,
still
understand
it's
that?
melanin.
all melanin, but
It don't
still,
matter
it's
what.
still
It don't matter what.
pheomelanin is a
Listen,
mutation,
listen.
sir,
It
because you
don't
got
matter what.
subclade. You got subclade 24.
Are you gonna let me talk, dummy?
Yeah, we know you are. But anyway,
Listen, you have two different types of melanin, but they're all melanin. You understand that? You have two different types of melanin, but it's still all melanin. All of us as Homo sapiens have melanin. The different types that we have, that's what we might have, but it's still melanin at the end of the day. Do you understand that part?
It's still pheomelanin and
I don't care
eumelanin.
what kind of melanin.
I don't
It's
care what
melanin.
kind of melanin. Okay, then can a pheomelanin recessive person with straight hair, blonde eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes produce a eumelanated child with nappy hair, sir? As a matter of
Listen,
fact,
If they
produce that
breed
nappy
with that
egg.
person with those traits, yeah,
thank
sure.
you very
Oh,
much.
all
If
right,
they
so
breed
show
with a
me
person.
two YTs giving birth to a Negro.
That's not what I said.
And
That's
that's
what
not
you
what we're
said,
saying.
sir.
That's not what I
Show
said. I
me a
said if they
YT man,
breed
a
Do
Native
with
white
a
people have
American,
melanin?
with
Asian,
those
Do
two
white
genetic,
people
of those
have
same race
melanin?
again, you
people
just
of
yapping, bro. You just steady
Do
yapping. You
white
just
people
don't know how
have
to stop
melanin?
they're
yapping.
producing a Negroid child.
You know
Let's
Do
what?
white
go.
people
Let's
have
go. Pull that
melanin?
shit up.
Again, never said that.
Pull
You
it
can
up,
have
boy.
Hold on, bro.
listen.
Pull it up.
You can have two Irish people who have mixed with black, right? Who are
I
mixed
didn't
with
say
African.
interracial sex. I said same race.
Okay, but this is what I'm
Again, and
saying.
that's
Let's
not what
get
I
it. Let's
said.
get it.
I
Start
fully
producing.
made
Start
the
producing the
distinction
source.
that was not possible.
Source it up.
Listen, the only time two black people can have a non-melanin person is if it's albino.
Wrong. Negroes have various shades. In Africa,
And they
We
can't
don't
have a
Australia,
produce
full
Black
white.
YT
Americans,
person.
Polynesians have a
Blacks
wide
don't
They
range
can't
produce
of
have a
white.
YT
phenotypes
person.
outside of
Blacks
other
do
races.
not produce
That's why
white.
they came up with the out of Africa theory,
No, that's
because
not
they
true.
Oh my
concluded
gosh,
that
bro.
That's
You
not
just grouping a
Negroes
whole
have
bunch of shit that ain't got nothing to do with
you're
each
not
other.
gonna get away from this.
See, the problem
You're
with you
not
Because they
Patricians,
conclude the
looping
only
anything
reason why they
together.
said the out of Africa theory is a agreed upon theory is because of Mendel's law.
no, that's
Because
not
of
No,
how.
that's not the
polygenic
reason
Out of
traits,
why.
because
Africa
the
theory is
It's
Negro
because that's how we
found the
race, the
found
oldest
Negroid
Moses'
bones.
race
bones.
We
produces
found the
all
oldest bones in
phenotypic.
How the
Africa.
fuck
That's
could
why.
Okay,
Mendel's
we found
law?
bones in Africa, but those are ape bones.
Oh,
And they're the
Mendel's
oldest
law
bones.
started.
no,
Hold
they
on.
are
Mendel's law started
hominid
off
bones,
looking at
not
plants.
apes.
Mendel's
Okay,
law started off. He
it
looking at
went
plants.
towards human phenotype polygenic
We're
traits.
talking about Homo sapiens
Still a
sapiens.
part
The
of
earliest
Mendelian
Homo sapiens
law.
sapiens is found in Africa.
So now, source up with that pale person.
Listen, I give the people the example. I'm from Florida, right? I lived in New York for about 3 years. When I lived in New York for 3 years, I was the lightest that I could ever be. Even when I came back from down south of Florida, they said, nigga, you are light. So just imagine the people who've been there for 10,000, 20,000 years after being light skinned and mixing light and light and light, how they're going to be. They're not going to be the same as Africa. Do you understand that? It's simple math, man. It's simple science. And I'm wondering how your guys are not getting it. If you are we are in North America, which the climate and everything is different. So our skin tone and everything's going to change and we're going to adapt. But if you go back to our people, back in Africa, we have no Neanderthal or Denisovan mix. So that's telling you automatically that we are the people who are just recently came out of Africa, because Africans are indigenous to Africa. We didn't mix with the Denisovians who had the first and second migrations 300,000 years ago. This is a
Hold
whole
on.
different thing.
Quiet Storm. Quiet Storm. He's not lying. Africans do not contain any Denisovan or Neanderthal DNA. Now they do because of back migration. But initially there was no Neanderthal nor Denisovan mixture in Africans.
That's
The
why
only
Africans are the
two
true
back
Homo sapiens sapiens. We didn't mix with our cousins that was on the other side, that was something else. If you notice or not, the male offsprings didn't last. It was only the female offsprings that. But when it came out to the Homo sapiens, which is us from Africa, male and female lasted so much to where we wiped out the Neanderthals and the Denisovians because we were the Homo sapiens. And that means everything else, even when you come out to the Americas, they have more Neanderthal blood than we do. Why? Because they were some of the first to leave Africa. This is clear science. It's so simple. All y'all have to do is just look into it. Stop looking to the folklore. Stop trying to be this magically delicious Negro and understand that who we come from, we are the original Homo sapiens. out of Africa. We are the original ones. We are the ones who didn't leave. We are the ones who didn't mix. We are the ones who are the original Homo sapien without any Neanderthal blood.
This nigga's going off for white people science.
Go ahead, Quiet Storm. What you was saying? Quiet Storm, you there? Hello. I don't know. I didn't start Showtime. I don't know. Quiet Storm, you there? What was you saying? I mean, he's not wrong, because the Neanderthals found outside of Africa. They was found in Europe and Asia, Neanderthals and Denisovan. So the reason why you find the DNA now is due to back migration, because people mixed with people from the outside and they brought their DNA into Africa. That's the only reason why you can found Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA there now, because of mixing from the outside in.
Yeah, so one thing Unc was wrong about was we do have our own, ghost DNA from our own archaic population, but it is not,
That's
like.
true.
But regardless of that, right? We, as like black people, most genetically cluster to them, right? We don't cluster to any of like these other groups, and it's generally right super fallacious for you people to come up here and lie on things that are very easily fact checkable. But you don't want to do any real research. You want to listen to these crackpots, like Tyron and whatever Tariq Nasheed, Dan Calloway bullshit he's on, right? It's like none of it makes sense. We are these people. It is undeniable. It's really stupid to deny it. You look like them. You have their same nasal bridge. You have their same athletic ability, right? Like it's all of our historical figures from Malcolm X to MLK to all of these people whom we revered all said the same thing, right? This has been doubled down by science, by our own people, and you people want to regress us for no clear reason than your own fantasies about being a different defeated people, right? Like you're thinking that if I switch over to I'm the son of Sitting Bull, that you're actually going somewhere, you're actually doing something. You're not. You're just making us look like fools, right? And we should be worried about much bigger shit as black people, like Palantir or the government, like poisoning us. But you niggas want to argue about, are the genetics lying to you? They don't need to lie to you. They're already in charge of society, dummy. They don't care what you think as long as you stay in line and pay your taxes. To them, this is like a hobby. Like, this is just a stupid hobby you engage in.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all motherfuckers slow.
They send you to school 12 years so
they're
you
dumb
could
cats.
get
They're
a slave wage.
Now, I
Minimum.
want you to source up on this nappy ape stuff, because you keep claiming that nappy hair and dark skin is bottleneck to Africa. You and
Didn't say
Skywalker.
that.
I mean, first
Yeah,
off,
this
hold
is y'all
on,
monkeys
hold
literally.
on. First off,
You monkeys said
hold
that
on,
this your
Skywalker.
cousin.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on,
say
your
you from
cousin's
Africa. That
hair.
means
hold on,
got some blood.
Listen, I'm
hold on,
African
hold on,
American.
Tyrod.
Show me
That
that
nigga need to
monkey
send me that
hair,
nigga need
bro.
to send me my motherfucking money.
Listen,
Because for one, I told that nigga that motherfucking Africans and Europeans had the ancestral variant of the fucking EDAR gene. So nigga, worm me my motherfucking cheddar.
yeah,
That
Again,
RH,
that
that's
was not what we
RH
were
blood.
arguing
That's
about,
that
sir.
monkey blood.
but listen, y'all talk about
It wasn't even
monkeys,
our
right?
argument.
Do y'all know this? That what we
Nah, niggas
are?
want to
We
backtrack.
are.
All
We
right.
are.
No
We are
one's
apes.
backtracking, nigga. You
Nah,
What we
literally,
are.
you
What we
backtracking.
are is we
tried
are
to
apes.
say
Apes
that
are
Just
the
know you owe a
we as
ticket.
to
black
us.
people have the
Just know you
EDAR
owe a
gene.
ticket,
And
nigga.
everybody has a.
You said that black people have to eat our gene.
Are you
I
black and your
said
skin
that the
black?
ancestral
Listen,
variant
Y'all
of the
must be
all
y'all
black
got
EGAR
y'all still
gene is
cognitive
found in
training.
listen, all
Europeans and
black people
Africans.
come
That's what I
from
said.
listen, all
Y'all
people
must be
come
part
from,
of
we
the
have a
team
common
though. You keep
ancestors
saying
with
black,
the
black,
apes.
black, black.
It don't mean
Motherfucker,
that
your
we
skin
are
ain't black,
apes. It
nigga.
means we have a common ancestor. That they come from a different branch off the
And then
same
Fam
tree.
said that Africans didn't have no mixtures and shit like that. Like y'all
Okay,
literally left
okay.
out of Africa and mixed
But
with people
Big
with
guys,
the
Red, big,
Denisovan
The
hold
gene.
only
on,
one who left
what
out
what
MIA,
what
was
what
the
do you
MIA.
fucking
guys?
Hold
y'all.
on
Why
a
y'all
What
why
do
second,
you
y'all
hold
think
fight,
on.
man?
Nobody will
Because it's too
listen
Hold
from
damn
this
on
hot.
a
panel.
second. Hold on a second. So Big Red corrected him. He said that
Yeah.
within Africa there are ghost population. What he's saying is that if he specifically said Neanderthals and Denisovan, which that is true. They did not mix with Neanderthals and Denisovan. Only the reason why you see it in the DNA now is due to back migration, but African does excuse me, does have their own ghost population. That was Big Red brought up. He said that.
Well,
So
listen,
Africa had
Neanderthals,
I wouldn't trust nothing they
So
say.
Neanderthals,
So
Because
Africa.
Africans didn't.
you've
Hold on,
So
been
I'm
I ain't
you've been
saying.
taught
done.
by your
Hold on a
Neanderthals and
second, I ain't
Denisovans was the
done.
first to leave.
Hold on a second. Africa had their own hominids within the continent. They had their own hominids or whatever within the continent itself that the Africans mix with. That's why it's the ghost DNA. We don't find the remains, but they see it within the DNA of
I
Africans.
mean, but we
Well,
already
listen,
know.
Neanderthals
Hold on,
and
but we already
Denisovians
know
was
that.
the
I'm
first to
telling
But
you,
we
leave.
they
are.
they
Why
The
every time
I
I got?
mean, yeah,
Neanderthals,
that's true.
they
Yeah,
the first to leave.
Neanderthals,
We
the ancestors of Neanderthals and ancestors of Denisovan did come out of Africa. Africa had multiple out of Africa
That's right. They
ways.
were the first to leave. And then after that,
And
you had
they developed in Europe. When they got to Europe, they evolved into Neanderthals and they evolved into Denisovans.
and
But the
that's why you had
ancestors.
10,000 years after that, you had the Homo sapiens that started to leave out of Africa too, that wind up meeting the Denisovians and the Neanderthals that had left 10,000 years earlier. They were dying out because they weren't able to adapt like the Homo sapiens.
So
We were
how
an
did
evolved
all these how did
species.
all I just want to know how did all life from all these hominids start in Africa, right? If
the
Africa
albino
wasn't even the
white
first
man
fucking continent to
came
come out
from
of
Okay,
Africa.
Africa.
Well,
okay.
listen,
Life
this is
started
what
from
you can say.
Africa because there
You
was
don't have
evolutionary
any other
pressure.
older bones than any bones in Africa. You don't have any,
Um,
no matter
They
where
you
you go.
probably
We
do.
call
They
them
what
Well,
shrimp
destroyed
how
fishes.
old?
everything.
MIA,
That's why you got archaeologists. They're the
Yes,
first
yes,
people to see.
I want to know
archaeologists agree.
how old
Africa
is
had
the
the most
most fully
evolutionary
intact
pressure in
bones
megafauna
in
in human
Africa? Like how
in
old are they?
history.
Most
Prehistory.
fully intact.
300,000 years for Homo
No,
sapiens
no.
sapiens.
Most fully, no,
Yeah.
You
no.
believe your
How
enemy? You
old is the
believe
most
the
fully
enemy will ever
intact?
tell you the
Our
truth
common
about
Let
your
me ask my
ancestor,
question.
which
our
I don't
common
mean to
which
cut you off,
ancestor
bone?
is
but I'm
7
trying to
million
answer my
years
question.
old.
How
Hold
old
on.
is the most fully
Which bones are
intact
you?
bones in
Which
Africa?
bones are you talking about?
Any fully
MIA.
intact bones?
Our
Any
most
fully
common
intact
Okay.
bones of
ancestor
the
is
Homo
7
sapiens
million years
So
sapien?
old.
they'll probably Lucy. That I can the oldest one I can think of is Lucy. That's why I asked you. Are
Is
you
she
talking about? Are
Lucy
Homo
you
is
talking
7
about
sapiens
million
Homo
sapien?
years
sapien?
old.
Are you talking about Homo
Homo sapiens
sapien? Or are you
sapien,
talking about?
us.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about
they'll
us.
be found in Morocco, I think, somewhere around
Right.
Morocco.
The
So
That's right.
oldest
Skywalker
fully,
and
the
Big
oldest.
Red,
Hold
show
on.
me your
No, I'm not.
apes in
Listen,
Africa with this
I'm
hair.
not just saying a couple little
Show me
finger
the
bones or a
apes.
partial skull and all this other shit. I'm literally talking about the most
Said
complete
his bottleneck
version
to
of a
Africa.
skeleton. Where is it found?
Never
In,
said
in
that.
Africa.
No, it's not. It's
Wrong.
found in Asia. 45,000 years old.
No.
Ah, Asia.
In Africa, 3 million years old.
It's
Africa
not. It's
only
not
got
fully. It's not a.
shards of bones
It's not
from
a
apes.
fully intact Homo sapiens sapien bone.
I
Facts.
mean, but MIS is gonna be rare. Like find a
If they
fully.
do more listen, the point is if they do more archaeological research in Africa, supposedly,
The
how
oldest
come
Homo
they
sapien
found
sapien is
Hold
found in
on a
the
second.
Africa.
oldest, most
No,
Hold
it's
on.
not.
complete,
The oldest Homo
What
sapien
now?
sapien is in Africa.
most complete, meaning they have more DNA to work with and all this other shit, opposed to using a finger
You ain't got
bone.
to
You know what I
have
mean?
a complete anything to work with DNA. Only thing you need is
Yeah,
one
you do.
cell. That's
Because
it. No,
DNA
you do not.
deteriorates over
Who is
time,
the oldest?
especially
No,
thousands of years
Who
ago.
is the
Nobody's
oh
oldest?
my god,
nobody's
I want to know
denying
this
that.
DNA
Who is the
because
oldest
deteriorates
people in the
lying.
over
It's
world?
because
Nobody
hold
is
on,
Who is the
deteriorating
I
oldest
got a
people in the
nobody.
question. I
and
got a
world?
become a
question. I got a
different.
question.
DNA
Hold on,
Just
y'all.
because
Hold
deteriorates
on
over the
Listen,
last
just a
forever.
listen.
second.
The
Just a
sand of
second.
South
Hold on,
America is the
y'all.
oldest
Hold
people
on.
in the world.
All
Hold
right.
on,
Well,
just a
I got a
second. Hold
question. I want
on,
everybody
just
to
a
answer after
second.
this.
I'm trying. Hold on, MIA, real quick. Listen, to get DNA, it don't take much to get DNA. You need just your cell. It can be from the bones, it can be from the hair, blood, whatever. That it don't take much to get DNA.
Okay, I got a question for you right now. Do those bones that they found in that area give them a place of origin?
Of course.
Yeah,
Listen, the
How
Sand people.
does it give them a
it's
place of origin?
fossilized. It's
Listen, the
fossilized
Sand
based
people
on the
in Africa.
archaeological.
Just
The
because the
Sand
bones is
people in
found there, does
Africa
that
has
mean
the
is that where the
oldest.
people came from, or is that
Listen,
where
the
the hominid
Sand
came
people
from?
in Africa have the oldest DNA
Yet they're
genetics.
pheomelanin recessive groups.
No, you're not answering
Yes,
the
they can.
question.
Hold on,
Just
Yes,
I
they
because
can't.
can.
I
those
can't
bones,
hear too many people
the
talking.
point
I can't.
that's my point. If the bones was found in that area, does that mean those hominids were in that area the
Stop
entire time,
coping,
or do it
dude.
mean they migrated around and somehow they unalived in that area, and that's why y'all are
Migrated
finding those
Well,
around
bones?
What
the
it
latter.
all,
Because it's not
the
giving you a
oldest
place
place
of
where they
origin.
were
It's giving you a
found?
place of.
it
The
It's giving
all,
oldest
you.
it
place where
all.
Hold
they
on,
are
wait,
found is where
Skywatchers,
their
wait,
origin.
Skywatchers. It's giving you a place of unalivement. It's not giving you a place of origin.
Facts.
Well, it all depends. It all depends
What you
on what
mean
you can.
depends?
You
You would
can't
Well,
Where
say
find
they
but
bones in
unalive
the.
is
let
not
The
where
me
they
point
was
is,
answer it.
born.
the
Can
point
I
is,
Place
you
of
answer
can't.
origin
it?
because
You
No,
that's
can't
where
admittedly,
find.
the
there
No,
was
no,
Hold
no,
on
a
a
no.
bones
second.
You
Hold
can't
admittedly
were
on.
find.
first
You can't
found.
find
Hold
bones in the
on a
area and say this is the place
second.
of
That's where their
origin.
bones were first
Damn, y'all
found.
got to get somebody
It
time
don't
to
matter. That don't
answer.
mean that's where the place of origin is. That's the
Am
place of
Yes, it does. We don't
unaliveness.
have any proof that they originated from anywhere else.
I'm trying to answer. Y'all chill.
This
So I'm
monkey.
finna say. I'm trying to say it all depends. Like, or first of all, are they able to? Y'all didn't have to do Showtime. I want to feel special, but first of all, but can you get DNA from the bones? First of all, so that's one thing, and also when they found remains there, they also look for other things like tools, and they look for other little shit around the bones as well. So it just all depends on how old the bones is. Can they get DNA from it and all, this, that, and the third. So
Yeah,
That
and
don't mean
the
that
oldest.
that's where they were
Listen, the
But
born.
still,
oldest
that's
structures.
not
Listen,
answering if that's the place of
the
origin.
oldest
That's the
bones
place
you
of
can find.
unalivement.
The oldest structures you
Exactly.
can find. The oldest tools you can find. You find that all in Africa. So
But
how are
that's
we
not
gonna say
telling
that?
you a place of origin. That's
But
telling you a
listen,
place of
but what I'm saying
settlement.
is, how
That's
we
Exactly.
gonna
literally
say
telling
it?
you a
How we
place
can
of
say it
settlement and
come
not
from
a place of
somewhere else?
origin.
How can we say it come from somewhere else when the only proof that we
How can you
have, the
say it don't come
scientific,
from somewhere else? Why
because
are
the
those people?
scientific
Why are those
evidence,
the only people in the world that are stationed
because
Nigga,
there?
it's
you what
called
Every
you
the
other
making
theory,
hominid are
not the
moving.
what you're
Every other
making is a
scientific
hominid is
theory
somehow
fact.
moving
without
around
backed
each
up
continent,
It's
science.
not
but
called out
somehow
of Africa fact.
But
It's
you're
called
making a
group
theory
theory.
of
without
these
backed up
specific bones that
science.
they
Nigga,
are
it's
finding in fucking
theory.
Africa.
The
These are
theory that's
stationary.
made with
It
This
don't
nigga
make
is
science.
sense.
theory.
No, the theory that's
It
made
don't
with
make sense.
science is
Darwinian
the
A
nigga
place
is
of
evidential
theory.
proof.
fam, a place of unalivement is not going to be the same place as your origin.
Listen, but you don't have a proof of that origin.
No, regardless
What
of
proof do
what
you
you
have of the
believe
origin?
or
The
Bones
either
being found there
scientific
is not
evidence
proof.
of the bones,
Bones
the
being
bones
found there
and
is
the
not proof of
tools.
origin.
So let me give you an example. Lucia was found in a fucking cave underwater. Was she living in water? Was she a mermaid, nigga?
No,
oh my
Yeah,
but you
god.
don't
see
understand
where
You
this.
your
niggas
point is
You ain't
purposely
flawed.
find nothing older than
misconstrued
that.
what the
You
Lived in
ain't
the
find
area.
nothing
Are you
older than that.
retarded,
hold
dude?
on,
I
hold
took
on
But
a
a
you
class
haven't
on
second.
found
Hold
anything
layers.
on.
older than that,
You ride a
dumb
short
If
bus,
nigga.
bones are
bruh.
Okay, hold
found in
on
the
a
region,
second.
that means
Hold on a
that
second. Hold
species or
on,
culture or
real
people
quick.
lived in that area.
So,
So
so we
if an Arab
hold on,
has passed away in an Arab area,
nice and hold on, just
yeah,
real quick. So so he brought up Lucy found in the cave underwater.
yeah,
So Lucy is like what, a million
yeah,
years old. So who knows?
Lucia, not Lucy.
yeah. But she lived in the region at the time. She lived in the area.
Okay,
I
so
mean, but
I
okay,
we
mean, she
you
lived
said.
already
underwater.
know
She
Lucy
didn't
that
and
live on the
water
Lucia
land,
is
but
is
she lived in the
different
different.
and
area.
shit.
She
Hold
lived in
on a
the region.
second. Hold
Lucy
on.
and Lucia is
Hold
different.
on a second. You said Lucia, the one in South America.
Yeah, Sao Paulo.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
she
She's
okay.
lived
not
in
Never
older
she lived
than
in the
mind.
Lucy.
Never
region. She
mind.
lived
She's
in the
not older
region.
than Lucy.
Okay, Lucy is not a human. That's an ape.
No, Lucy is our
Lucy's a
common
That's
hominid.
fucking
ancestor.
ape bones, nigga.
No,
No.
No,
Her
Lucy is
bone,
our
his
ancestor.
bone
What
is
I
a
took
everybody
chimpanzee
else.
paleontology.
Hold on,
I took
Tyrone. Let me ask him a
paleontology.
question.
If you find
So
a
is
species in a
Lucia
region, that means they
or
lived in the region
Lucy
at that
are
Lucy
time.
is what all
so-called.
of us came
So
from.
which one is closer to us, Lucy or Lucia?
Lucy.
Yeah.
Lucy is
That's
the
1,000 years
originator.
old. That's not no damn
Lucy is the
human.
first. Lucy
Nigga,
is
that's
what
a
we come
ape.
from.
No.
Lucia came
That's a
from
fucking
Lucy.
ape, dude.
So Punkin,
Lucia.
Punkin, this recorded,
Hold
ain't
on.
it?
Lucia
Hold on.
came from
Hold
Lucy.
Yeah,
on.
it's recorded
Hold
in my.
on. Stop. Hold on a second. So Lucy, the one in South America would be closer to us than Lucy from Africa.
Exactly.
But Lucia comes from Lucy.
No, she doesn't.
No,
11,000
She
Skywalker.
got a
No.
different
That's not close to the
mtDNA.
origin of humanity at
Hold
all.
on a second, because I don't
Lucy
think
is
you
older
fully.
than her.
I
That's
don't
their
think you.
hypothetical
Mind
origin of
blowing.
Hold
humanity,
on, y'all.
not
Be
fact.
quiet for just a minute. That's why y'all getting confused. So Skywalker, they saying is like species wise. So Lucia, whatever you say her name, the one that's found in South America, she'll be more closely related to us species wise because that's she's a Homo sapien.
But Lucia comes
Lucy,
from
they,
Lucy.
No,
but
she
they different.
doesn't. That's a
They different. Hold on.
Australopithecus, nigga.
Oh, so they are different. What I'm saying, they are different species.
Lucy,
It's a
listen, Lucy,
Nigga, Lucy is a monkey.
listen, Lucy birthed
Lucy is
Homo
not. Shut
Homo
up.
sapiens,
Say
Homo
wrong to
erectus.
say
Lucy,
random dumb shit.
Nigga,
Lucy,
it's a big-breasted monkey. Say
Lucy
Okay,
birthed
hush,
Neanderthals. Listen,
hush.
Lucy birthed Neanderthals. Lucy birthed Denisovians. She had birthed the ape.
That's
She,
not what we saying on Skywalker. They talking about we close related species wise, not like you get what I'm saying. That's
of
what
course,
that's the
Homo
of
point.
course,
sapiens, not
of course, Lucy
Australopithecus,
is
nigga.
old. Is close to us because she's a Homo sapien. But what I'm
She's not a
saying is
Homo
this:
sapiens. She's Australopithecus, Southern ape.
Lucia is a southern ape. You dummy.
Lucy is a Southern ape, nigga.
You
Lucia
hey,
is a
listen.
black.
Hey, look, you so dumb that you
Lucia
don't
is
know
a
science.
Negroid phenotype
Lucy is the birth.
Indian.
Lucy is the birth of all of us.
Yeah. Bro, look, listen,
Well,
I'm
You're
we
Cree.
such a
don't we
I'm First
dummy.
don't we
Nation.
don't know
That's
that.
He's an
debatable.
Australopithecus,
Tyrone
That's
may can be
debatable.
self-hating or something. Like I can tell he's not part of y'all, but I'm Cree. I'm very comfortable where I am. I'm comfortable with my identity. Tyrone just doesn't feel the same about his whatever he's got going on.
Nice.
Lucy is the
Who are
birth of
you,
all of
sir? I
us.
never met you before.
Without
Oh,
Can you
I'm
Lucy,
introduce yourself?
This
without
and I
one
Lucy,
of
haven't
them.
met
This
Lucia
one of
doesn't
them.
Nice
have
yet
us.
I'm
either.
Cree.
This
I'm
is a
First
random
Nation.
stranger.
Yeah,
Look,
I can't
whenever you
hear.
see,
Hold
Judging
on,
people
y'all.
who
I
yeah.
can't hear
he's never
y'all.
met.
I'm
Hold on a
First
second.
Nation. I'm Cree. I'm First Nation in Canada. I'm in Treaty 6. I'm Muskego.
Oh, you a native?
Yeah.
He's a
I've been to
Creole.
Oh, okay.
university, and I'm gonna be honest. Tyrone's not one of y'all. To be frank,
Yeah, he's a.
he's talking about
What you mean
pseudoscience.
by that?
He's talking about some pseudoscience. Like you guys are actually like
What's
Well,
fucking
investigating.
pseudoscience,
You
dude?
guys,
let me
you
tell
guys
you
are
One of
something.
the
Everything
eight.
talks about it in
It's
pseudoscience.
a
Y'all
lot of
literally talk about being
pseudoscience
sky
going
people
around.
and coming from the
No,
ground.
I'm
Stop
talking
playing with
about
me,
like
bro.
Dude,
pumpkin.
that they don't consider
You
Speak
don't
that
my
want this
language.
science
work
or
from me,
real.
bro. I'll whoop
Skywalker.
your ass.
Bro,
He's
but
putting
I'll
legitimate
whoop your
bro,
science.
ass with your
He's
own
putting
sources
legitimate
from your own
science.
people. Don't
naturally,
play
bro.
me.
hey
Like you
Tyron,
guys are actually investigating this in
Say
good
Spank
Boy,
or
faith.
something,
I'll
because we
whoop
ain't trying
you
to
and
get
Even
you
this
A
and
live.
Tall
Grizzo,
Bear. Don't play
you
with
guys
Bro,
are
me.
investigating this in good
bro.
faith, doing good research, and I'm actually that resonates with me. Like investigating something in good faith. Tyrone is got some identity issues. I don't know.
He does. Yeah, he does.
Oh, prove it.
But you know, we're
Are
gonna
you a psychologist, sir?
Yeah, I'm a minor in psychology actually.
He said a minor.
All right,
Not a
so let's see
minor.
that certificate, sir.
Mason Nasacapa, University of Winnipeg.
All right, bet.
You search me
So
up later.
yeah, you don't know me, and you go by
You're free to.
pseudoscience yourself. Because for
You
one,
I can
out of
also
Africa
say
just
I
theory,
can
like
it
say
came from
anything
white
straight cut up.
supremacy, sir.
Muskwa is a
You can't
Muskego
separate
for my
racism,
region.
scientific
He went.
racism, from science.
Not
He went to
scientific
No
Navajo.
racism.
matter
You're just
He
from
went to
how
Africa.
Navajo
no matter
Kiaga
University.
how you
Kiaga
think it's perceived,
Pichimusis.
you really can't because it's all backed by racism, white
Be,
supremacy,
being
and
Kiaga.
half
politics.
African is
Diego Stella.
apparently
So
He's a
again,
Navajo.
scientific racism.
was
You can't even
Charles Darwin a white
Tyron,
supremacist? Yes or no, sir?
you can't even speak your own native tongue.
You can't even speak your
You
native
can't
tongue. Most
either.
Native Americans can't speak their native
I'm
tongue.
speaking it right now.
And I whoop fucking
You
Choctaw,
You're
learned
so
it
speaking
in
it
don't
right
ever
high
now.
school,
talk tall
bro.
language, nigga.
Hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
Nice. How come most of y'all are getting paid to learn y'all language?
Exactly.
Like
Boy,
we
you
pretty
joy.
much got they pretty much put us in residential schools and they burned our tongues with lighters if we spoke our native language or matched
Okay,
it.
and they
Right,
did
Oh,
the
just like
same
black
thing.
So
Americans
that
got
happened to
shit
y'all.
took
Pretty much
away
reparations.
from
And
them.
look,
in
look,
history, right?
guys. I'm not against black reparations. I'm actually for it. I'm actually I'm like pushing it in our
He
classes
moving
or
the
whatever.
goalposts.
Yeah, he moving the goalposts because
But
he getting
all
into
right,
deep
let's stick to
danger.
the original goalpost.
He
What's the
just
goalpost?
you just said exactly what they did to us as well. That's why we don't speak our native tongue.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm for
Dummy.
pushing that, especially in the universities, because I have a friend that who did his DNA test to retrace his roots.
But until we called that out, you wasn't on that type time. You see how y'all corny like that? You
It's
corny.
called
You trying to use that
no,
as
it's
a
called
talking point.
intersectionality.
No,
But
let
as
me beat
soon
him
as
up
we
with
know
his
the
own people's
history,
sources. So
as soon
again,
as we know the
Native
history, you
Americans don't even
change.
take DNA tests.
Oh no, we do
That's
take
why
DNA tests.
your logic is
No, we
flawed.
can't take a status card if we don't take a blood quantum DNA
Mongol-centric Native
test.
Americans do not take DNA tests
No,
because
you're
y'all
not
hide
eligible
behind
for a
NAGPRA.
status
You
card.
got Native American Graves Protection Act,
Search up
where y'all
Canadian
don't even
status
have to
card.
be held to scientific scrutiny.
Yes, we do.
Y'all, no,
Yes,
y'all
they
don't.
do.
No, y'all don't.
They
No, y'all
literally
don't.
do.
No, y'all
How
don't.
do you
Because
think
you
they
got
pick all the
Goya.
Mexicans
You
out
got
in
Goya
America?
getting on this app talking about he came from sky people, space aliens, and
Everybody
goddamn
needs
He
gold.
to
literally
get
If you
just
want to
said
know my
that.
exact
along.
blood
Yeah.
count, it's 87%.
Everybody
Okay,
Dog,
needs to
blood
that
count,
shit is
that's
get
still
$116.
pseudoscience.
What you
That's
87%
talking about?
eugenics.
First Nation
Blood
people.
count is not
116.
Blood
pseudoscience.
quantum is still
Everybody
eugenics.
needs to
Yeah, it is
hold
No, it is
eugenics.
not.
hands.
What?
Yes, it
No,
is. It's
No,
basically
Everybody
came from
eugenics
get
white
is a
supremacists like
function,
along.
not a.
it was
Walter
meant to take
Ashby
away
Flecker
What?
and
our
the
Why you
U.S.
why
status.
y'all
government
pick
trying to
fighting?
monitor the
Be okay.
I'm
quantum
not
of
American.
how much
Get the fuck
Negro
out of here.
is in or YT people passing for YT in their genetics. Let's not play these games.
Well, I'm
Okay, so if they
Canadian,
know
Y'all
that
Native
so
these
Americans do
YT
not
people,
have trust in these genetic tests, just
no,
like Negroes don't have trust in hospitals or the Tuskegee experiments, all these things such as medical genocide
this nigga
towards
done brought up
your
the
melanated people. What are
Tuskegee
you talking about, big
experiments.
bitch?
well, yeah,
Like,
there is
bro,
medical
you have no
genocide.
idea.
Big
It was
It's
bitch,
like
illegal
you're
don't
since
speak to
last
me
aware
year.
of a
until
bunch of
spoken
shit,
to.
but you have no
I'm
It was
idea
speaking to
actually what you're
Natson.
talking about.
Yeah, it was legal since last year to sterilize indigenous women. A bill just passed literally this year. Bro, I know my laws and history of what's going on with my people and my
Y'all
like.
sterile because y'all been mixing with the white tea.
No, they're
That makes
sterilizing our
no
offspring
sense.
from
Oh,
CFS
oh, you
system,
If
forgot
I'm
about
child
breeding
that.
with
protective
them, that means we're
services, because
viable. What the
they're
fuck?
indigenous people are held to a different standard.
Dude, do you understand that their birth rates are very low? And it's not
No,
because of any sterilization. It's because it's naturally y'all mixing with them. So the more you mix with
What?
them, guess what? The less
If I
children
can
you're
make
gonna
a
have.
baby with a
what?
person, how is
He
my
said what?
Indigenous people
population going down?
reproduce
That
40%
doesn't
more
make any
than
sense
YT people.
So
at
how come you
all.
don't produce more than the BLK people? We just so happen to come to your land and outpace you in
No,
population?
Well,
the
because
black
How does that work?
95%
population
of
is
us were
That has
stagnant.
never
What are you
worked in
talking
any
about,
other
Greg?
Well,
civilization
black
except
population is
America.
stagnant.
The
through
black
disease.
population has not
Except
Can
for
you source
America,
that
you
up,
know that.
declined.
Nyson?
Yes, I
Source it
can.
up because we have a large majority population over Native Americans within the United States. Native
Jay,
Americans
his
in the
LinkedIn
United
are
States are
fucking biased and
2% of the
woke. He
Name
population.
always
another
biased.
country where the occupiers came into the land and outpopulated the people. Name one other. Just name one. Name a city
None,
somewhere in
because
Africa.
you
And
got
they
a
can't
whole
say no
bunch.
fucking
Like
Europeans.
let me say Asia, for example. Asia can't literally say that they're a yellow ethno state because you got all different types of phenotypes. You got Negritos, you got Dravidians, you got North Sentinel Islanders, Orange people, Nicobarese. All of those people that I just mentioned are black skinned niggas that are just as dark as Nilots. Then you got the Caucasoids, what they classify as the Arabs or the Ottoman Turks within the Middle East. You got small hat looking people and that small hat lineage that claims to be of Semitic bloodline, but they really got genetic commonality with Attila the Hun and Temujin or Genghis Khan. You also got Europeans, which Europe, it wasn't always a white ethno state. It had Aboriginal black people
And
there.
still isn't.
So
Still isn't.
America in itself wouldn't be an exclusive red ethno state because you would have to have a melanated parent there. Bones show that they were there. And the colonists literally said that Indians look like Negroes.
You.
So let's not
It's
play these
never
games, nigga.
Oh my
exactly. It's
gosh,
never
dude.
happened. It's never happened where a colonizer has come into a country and overpopulated, but it just so happened to
Yes, it
happen.
has.
Where?
That
Okay,
has
so name
happened
another
all
country
throughout
other than
history, all the
America.
time. What are you
Where?
It
talking
happened
about?
in
Besides
Brazil.
Tasmania, name a
And
country.
don't say the
Happened in
Americans because
Brazil.
every time a European came
You want
here,
to
they
answer?
had way more slaves or way more
Go ahead,
so-called
Nysa.
business population around them than they were. They used to come
Yeah,
in small
yeah.
numbers.
So
Europe
what
had
about South
more
Africa? Did
people
the white people
than
outpace
almost the rest
the
of the
South the
world.
Africans? No,
The only
nowhere,
place that
nowhere.
had more people than Europe was Asia. Like
Okay, well,
As the
they
white
got
man, the
different
white man went
phenotypes in
into
Asia,
India.
moron.
Did he outpace the Indians?
yeah,
No.
the Indians aren't Asian people. They
This
was
Yeah,
they
they
born
are
are.
in
Their
a
in
genetics
different
Asia.
say
set of
East Asian,
circumstances.
moron.
What are you talking about?
You
Even Rick
what the fuck are
Kittles
you talking
kill you
about?
at the source.
This is
Y'all got an
crazy.
Asian
You niggas
origin too.
are
What
like
Yep.
you talking
actually wild.
about?
You're just spitting out nonsense.
No, we're not.
Dude,
MIA,
the British went into
MIA.
Hong
Y'all
Kong,
got
right?
an
Well, hey,
Wasn't
Asian
it
Funky, hold
around
on.
origin
400
By
too.
y'all, hold on.
years?
By y'all definition, if we are in a so-called
Y'all,
area for a certain amount of years, right, without contact from so-called outside world, as y'all say, isolation in a way, right? How will we still be the same group of people over the so-called centuries that went by? Wouldn't we
We
so-called genetically be
African
different if
American
we
is
are still
an
here?
y'all have an
ethnicity.
Asian
But
origin.
So to
You
put
genetics
are
this in
not
still matter.
exactly
example,
the same
So
as the
Y'all
African.
have an
in
Oceania
y'all
origin.
words,
Three people
in
come
y'all
over to
words,
an
everybody have an
to a
African
foreign
origin.
land.
So what would change it?
You bring
Y'all
disease.
have a
Nine
y'all
people.
have
There's 10
a
people on
So
this
if
land.
that's the case, what would make
9 people
y'all
died.
Europeans
There's
less
have
one
a
left.
African?
Oceania
You conquer them
origin.
But
and then say, hey,
what
it
would
was
make
so easy. We
Europeans
just
less
conquered them.
African if that's the
Y'all
case?
Oceania
9 people
people.
just
What
Y'all
would
passed
come
make
over
from
into
Europeans less
Asia.
place.
African? You're not answering it. What would make
Yeah,
Europeans less
Say
African?
what?
What
Tyrone
would
and
make
MIA are
Europeans and
oceanic.
Arabs
Yeah.
less African?
What you talking about?
If you are
Make them less
They
in
don't
the
African.
know what you're
same way
talking
you are saying that we have an Asian origin, right? Why aren't
But
Arabs
MIA, I'm
and
following your
Europeans the same as
logic.
Africans?
They
I'm
aren't.
following your
I was following y'all logic
Asian.
from the beginning because y'all said
No,
that.
No, you
nah,
you
I
made
think
that
No,
statement
Wierskop
Europeans and
first.
crossed.
You
Asians
made
y'all
that
aren't
statement
make it
African.
seem
first.
like
I just
y'all
followed
make
your
it
You're just
logic.
saying
no.
shit,
This is what
bro.
y'all say every live. Y'all make it
Yeah.
I
seem
don't
like
say
every
nothing
so-called
every like I
no.
don't
He
I'm
not
like,
call
talking to you,
I
y'all
don't
gotta
sweetheart.
let me
call
finish. Every time on every live, y'all be like some. Every time a population
who's
migrated out of an
y'all? Cause
area,
I don't
Yeah,
no, you
call
said it. You
natives
said it.
making
You said it at
I
least
don't
five
call
times,
Now
Funky.
he's
natives.
moving the goalposts. Now
Because
we're
you
talking
said
about
But
y'all
South
not
Africa.
listening
MIA,
though. The
MIA, I
point
don't
is,
call
y'all
natives
said that if a group of
MIA.
people migrate out of a land, if they are isolated, are they not genetically? Do they genetically not become different over a certain amount of years?
MIA. I don't call natives Asian. I always say that they have a Asian ancestor. That I say they ancestors come out of Asia. That's what I say. I don't call them actual Asian people like how y'all be doing.
they have
But you
nothing.
made that statement first, and I follow
I said
your
they have an
logic.
Asian origin, which is true.
This dude ain't even native.
Well,
This is a
yes, that's
mess piece.
true.
Dude, you ain't no Indian. You playing with us.
Do you know that North Americans and South Americans are related?
Only through ancestral A, my guy.
Okay, does that make them any less related?
I mean, if you're talking about ancestral B, then yes.
No, does it? Are they now somehow less related? So their relation is no longer
For one,
existent.
ancestral B stayed stationary in North America. Ancestral A is the one that migrated all the way down into South America.
Okay, again, are they not related? Yes or
They have a
no?
common ancestor, but they are genetically
So
different.
yes, nigga.
Is that not true?
I understand you have an issue answering
Are they
simple
still
fucking
not fucking
questions.
genetically different? You stupid fuck.
It doesn't matter. They're related,
It
It
nigga.
does
do
matter.
matter.
It doesn't. It
It
really
does.
It
doesn't.
do
It really
matter. What the
fucking
fuck are you
We
doesn't.
ain't
talking
going
about?
off
It
your
really
vibes,
does
nigga.
not.
If that's the
We
if that's
just
the
want to
case,
show
if
you
that's the
I
we
case,
want
stayed
you to
home.
source
My
that shit
brother
up.
went to
if that's
Germany.
the fucking case, then everybody in the fucking world would still be African still.
Exactly.
If y'all still use the out of Africa theory, everybody in the fucking world would still be African still.
No, that's not how that
No,
works.
So
yeah,
how
it
do we
does
how do
work
These
that
people
way
are
because
oh
actually
my
technically
fucking
related.
all
god.
Homo
Other
sapiens
people
are
have
Africans, right?
tens of thousands of
So how
hundreds
Did
of
can
they
you
not
thousands of
just say
distinguish
years
a
of
black
genetic
American to being an
drift.
actual African, sir?
What?
How can you if everybody in the whole wide world came from Homo sapiens that migrated up out of Africa, right? How can you distinguish yourself from anybody else that's a pale, straight-haired
It's
YT
called
or Native
genetic.
American or
Yeah.
Asian. How in the world are you calling
So
yourself of
It's
you are
called
African descent
now
if all
genetic.
humans are African
you're
descent?
now
Yeah.
accepting that they are genetically
Now, how
different.
long did it take to get that genetic mutation or twist?
And again,
Get
DNA
rid of
don't even
Thousands to
tell us that
hundreds
we
of
descend from
thousands of
Africans
years.
via the slave trade. They just saying
It
that we
don't.
descend from them in the BCE as hominids.
No, we. What the
That's
fuck
what
are you
they're
talking about?
saying.
You just
Hominids,
lied.
nigga.
You
Apes.
stumped
You
him.
just
He
fucking lied.
stumped.
Yeah,
He's stumped right now. You
Look,
can't explain it because it doesn't make any sense. Any of you guys that's talking about people change colors because of the climate that they were in are dunces. Something happened along the line that changed. Something was mutated, whether it was experimentation or otherwise.
What happened
experimentation?
then? What happened?
Experimentation?
That
You niggas
regular
schizophrenic.
guy,
Yes. You ever heard
the
of
regular
graphing?
guy.
somebody.
How you say
Schizophrenic.
her
You're a
name?
fucking schizophrenic, bro.
What
A
happened?
regular guy.
Tell us what happened. How do all these
All right.
different groups of people? Hold on, real quick. How do all these different groups of people exist in the world? Why are there different types of people? Why everybody so
Listen, I
different?
can't tell that
You
from the
got
story that I've heard.
mutations.
It was experimentation. That it was a
What?
graphing process. There was a graphing process that
What?
created the
I
different
don't know
colors.
about the
That's
food
crazy.
Can
thing,
you
but
That's
tell us
crazy.
the
about
science.
that? Can you tell us about that grafting and
So
all
so let's
that?
say for instance you have a dark skinned person. If anybody black that looks at their skin isn't an even brown. I've never met an even brown person. When you turn your arm around, you have brown. There's a gradient of color, so you can graft a lighter color. So for instance, if I had two children, one of my child just so happens to be lighter than the other, I get rid of the darker child, keep the light one, and keep doing that over generations. They become something else.
Oh, like
They become something else,
reproduction.
and you keep doing it, and you keep doing it. That's the only way. There's all that. Oh, you living in the caves and stuff like that. That's BS. Because first of all, you need melanin protection even in the snow because the snow is highly, what you call
Snow
it,
burn.
magnified. You need
What you mean
melanin when you're in the snow.
magnified?
People still get like when the sun hits the snow, the snow is like glass. It bounces back up in your face. So even white
Reflect.
people, when they're up in those mountains skiing, they need SPF. They need skin protection.
Yeah, they
So
do.
with all that stuff
That's
they
bad.
talking about, you see what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
know
They
what
need
you're
skin
talking
protection.
about because white people can get snow burn within the cold environments. And also within animals, for example, you got the polar bear that
Yeah,
got
cause
black skin underneath its white coat. You also have animals
You said
like
they can't get sunburn?
they can white people that live in cold climates can get snow burn.
I was about to say. I'm like, yes, they can. They do. They do. They still need SPF. So all of that. Being in colder climates, changing. Then you got to explain the Inuit people and why even though them being isolated, still maintain
A dark skin.
well,
a very
Yeah, but they also
what
have
you
thick
saying is
hair.
like
The Inuit have really thick hair just to
the
protect their
sun
head
reflects off.
from the temperature.
No, but y'all was using
But,
seal blubber to survive.
so the
Yeah,
sun
of course.
reflects
What else
the
is
off
what
the
sun
else is
off
there
the
to
reflects
eat in
off
the
the
Arctic?
off the
snow,
snow and it
I'm just where your
magnifies.
cousin at.
and the Inuit people, they not only that the sun reflects off the snow, they also have a high vitamin D diet. They eat a
Yeah,
lot of seafood, a lot of whales and shit like that. So
yeah.
that vitamin D
There's no
help
cows and
them
pigs
keep
in
that
the
dark
Arctic, bro.
skin.
Yeah.
That
Punkin, where your
vitamin D
cousin
help
at?
them keep that dark skin. But if you go to Europe on the other hand, although there is snow there, but there are less sunlight too
Yeah.
as well. You know, like if you go to England, it constantly rain. It's always cloudy when you go to a lot of parts of Europe. So that's a whole different environment. The English live on far up north in a different type of environment, and it's cold all the time. And they even have 60 days of sunlight, and the other 66 months of sunlight where it don't get dark, and then they had the other 6 months where it be dark or whatever. So it's two separate environments, and also they two separate diets. Cause the English ate a lot. They eat a lot of seafood, and stuff, and
Yeah,
then
blubber.
The Europeans they ate more like cattle and goats and shit like that, so it's
Okay, Africans were eating cattle and goats.
Oh,
two
that's because
different two
The
two different
Europeans,
things going
they
on.
devastated their ecosystem.
Yeah, they
They
killed all the
overdid
wolves.
everything. They overate the fish. They overate they literally devastated their ecosystems. That's why they were constantly fighting over territory and land, and so greedy and nasty even to this day. Like, they come to another people's land and then make a fence and call it private property. They devastate every ecosystem they go into.
Yes, in the
Period. Even
17th
here.
century, the wolves were all eradicated. The last ones were in Ireland before they were all gone. And they were part of the natural process in keeping the ecosystem in check.
So I'm sure Europe at one time was probably overflowing
With life.
with resources.
What's up, my guy, Sire?
Yeah, if you
Hey,
if you
Sai,
guys
how
want to
you
study
doing?
ecosystem,
Oh, no,
study
what's going on,
Aldo
Pumpkin? What's up,
Leopold.
panel?
That man was responsible for
Hey,
destroying his own
JP,
continent.
What was his name?
Aldo Leopold. He was a YT British man that was responsible for massacring his own ecosystem, his own continent.
I got books on the subject. I forgot the name of it. I gotta pull it out. But it's some type of
Yes, and then when he came over from Britain to the North America, he did the same thing, and he slaughtered all the wolves from North America, top to bottom.
Oh,
Aldo
you
Leopold.
ever seen a picture of the Buffalo Skull Mountain? Of the
Yes.
YT men standing on top of the buffalo skulls, and I mean, they look like dots on top of
Yes.
this mountain of skulls.
Yes. We know very
Fucking
much.
disgusting. Disgusting.
But
The
yeah,
buffalo
you
the
can
buffalo
when
was
you
a resource.
over hunt something, you can definitely throw things out of balance. Whether you over hunt the prey or you over hunt the less animals
Predators.
like rabbits. Yeah, the
Yeah,
predators or the
the
prey.
damage has been done. The Comanche, the Iroquois, the Seminole, the Creole, the Haudenosaunee, the Onondaga, they were all decimated by the Buffalo Massacre.
Yep.
And even if that never happened,
You said the Seminole?
yes.
We weren't massacred out. We
No,
still remained in the southeast, and we went
No, the
towards Mexico.
Europeans. I'm saying the Europeans massacred the buffalo populations.
Yeah,
So
they did it mainly
so
to rob these
Our
people of
diet
food.
wasn't bison. We were eating like seafood down south, low country food. Like,
no,
I don't know about buffalo.
there
That
was
would have
there was
sucked
We
because I'm
got
forest
allergic to
deer.
buffalo.
We
seafood.
also had like
There was
critters
forest
like
buffalo.
huh?
The forest buffalo. They branch off from the plains buffalo all the way up to in Canada, for example, Saskatchewan and Alberta. So the plains buffalo are the resource origin center for the forest buffalo that branch off to every other indigenous community. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
the
it
plains
does, but
buffalo
our
Makes
are
sense
diet
the
to me.
wasn't
ocean.
always
The plains
buffaloes there.
buffalo are the ocean. The forest buffalo are the rivers that stem from the ocean.
Yeah, that's I don't think that's his argument, bro. But all we're saying is that the ability to devastate an ecosystem is
Yeah.
definitely within their culture. So that's why Europe is the way it is now. It has no resources. That's why they
Yeah.
went out and branched out to other places in the world
Yeah.
for their resources.
That's why
Nothing in it, and nothing in Europe is of their own.
that's why they still have to colonize Africa for the
100%.
resources because they ran everything dry there.
What is it? Beans? Is beans? Do they even grow their beans in Europe?
I don't even know. I know they get their food from like the southern hemisphere.
We know their chocolate. We know the chocolate's from Africa for sure.
Chocolate's from South
Cocoa
America.
beans. Yeah,
No,
cocoa beans.
chocolate come from
Their
South
chocolate is from
America.
Africa.
It
Yeah,
come
cocoa
from South
beans.
America.
I'm saying their chocolate is from Africa.
Yeah, but
Who?
that was caused through Columbian exchange.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying, they're not going to South America for their chocolate. They're going to
I
Africa for their
mean,
chocolate.
because now there's like big factory shit there. There's mass produce it in Africa, yeah, but originally it come from South America.
And same with rubber trees.
Hold
That
up. This
came from
guy
South
this guy in
America.
chat said Flem Stacks, he says, we didn't need no buffalo, we had knowledge of agriculture. Well, yeah, there was so much buffalo we didn't need to herd cattle. This one buffalo could feed an entire village for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, the Three Sisters.
Yeah.
They did mainly have a vegetarian, meal. I mean, the Three Sisters is an example of that. You
Yeah.
have three things working together. They had a symbiotic relationship. Like, I mean, you had the stalk. What was it? The stalk, the bean, and what was it?
Oh, you know your stuff.
Succotash.
Wow.
Stuck. Okay.
A lot of us
Yes.
know our stuff. Me, MIA,
Well,
and
that's
the
cool.
regular guy.
Yeah, I want to get back to that.
We ain't
Like, I
on
want to get
no
back to
fake
maize.
shit.
That's
I
awesome.
don't.
actually.
I
That's
don't want no
awesome.
yellow corn. I'm sick of yellow corn. I want that maize. I want that colored corn.
Wow.
I'm sick of it. Yellow corn is poisonous.
It's GMO.
Why-
That's
why
where they
would I
get
have-
their gasoline from.
Well, they eat it in Mexico. That purple corn, red corn,
the blue corn? Yeah,
all that. They eat in
we need to get
Mexico a
back to
lot.
it. And that's the beauty of it. They just let the species of corn mix naturally, not take in and
In a lab.
mixing it up
Yeah.
and genetically modifying it. They just
Monsanto.
let them do their thing. Like,
Yeah.
I hate this world. It sucks
Well,
so
you
bad.
don't necessarily have to have a lab to genetically modify anything. The only thing you gotta do is just mix the pollens and the seeds, squish it around. You can do that by hand. That's what Mendel did. When you get the Mendel law and all that, he mixed and matched different things up. In fact, mixing and matching some things helps the species, because if so, they'll unalive out from diseases like
Yeah.
different plants and stuff. The diversity is good even when it comes to plants and
Mm.
stuff.
That's yeah, you guys are right. Speaking of that, I'm eating like natural corn as we speak for dinner. Like just a couple hours ago.
From where?
From my garden in the back. My grandma made it.
Like yellow corn or actual like maize?
Like actual like maize corn. She has this different word for it. I always forget what she calls it. It's like a Cree word. Estone, I think.
Maize.
Estone, she calls it.
So I was going down a rabbit hole a few weeks back. I was looking through this dictionary called like the Bosworth Toller dictionary, and I came across two words that I thought was very interesting. The first word was Amer, AMER, and under the definition for it was like spelt or a type of corn. And then in the same dictionary, I found the word Rika, like America,
Oh,
and it says a landowner, a powerful person. And I'm starting to think that like those two words were put together to form, the land of corn, the land of powerful rulers with corn, because even to this day, that the Midwest is considered like the breadbasket of the world. So y'all think that it would be far-fetched that America actually is derived from the word Amir and Rika put together?
I don't know about that, but we got different type of names down south. For example, you got Melican, Meliki, Wasina, and other things. Melaib, which is that's a loan word from America. You got Amelika and all types of stuff.
Because America, I'm not going for that. You don't name somebody a country after the first person's name. Like,
They say that they took it from Peru, from Amaru or Amatacapana, but they also narrow it down to just saying Albert or Amerigo Vespucci, but I'm not even sure about that. But
I ain't sure about that. Amerigo.
Hey Nathan, didn't you say you was First Nations?
Yeah, I am.
What was the original name of this land?
The original name was Turtle Island.
Why was it named Turtle Island?
Because if you look at the North America continent, it's shaped like the painted turtle with the tail from an angle.
okay, what does Asia and Africa look like to y'all
Hold
in
on,
Europe?
hold on, no. We ain't even about to defer from that. We ain't about to defer.
It's in the same ballpark.
All right, go ahead.
But now, is turtle is that a English word or is that a native word? So what would have, and if it's not, what would have been the native
That's
word?
an English word.
Terrapin or cooter.
You see what I'm saying? So what would be the native word for turtle or an island?
I mean,
Because at one time
which
Iceland
native
was
word?
called
Don't they
island.
have different languages in America?
And you got Fuxi and Lo Shu, the turtle island in China.
And
And the 8
also,
trigram turtle.
what map did y'all have to know that it was shaped like a turtle?
Cartography.
We had a
See, and that's where I'm about to get back to.
We had a one question at a time.
Wait, are you basing yourself as Americans because of the language?
No, we're not talking about the language right now. Or I'm not talking about language.
America was very feudal at one point in time, like the whole world was. So,
yeah,
very feudal.
Free person, that's what I can call it as. And the second question is, for how did the other tribes know, was because we had a great war for, I think, 500 years between the 5 great tribes within the Great Lakes. So you know the Great Lakes by NYC, right? New York?
You talking about Haudenosaunee?
So hold on, no.
By the Great Lakes, the 5 Great Lakes, there was a massive war that raged on for centuries, and from those tribes, they've warred on for centuries after centuries, and the warmonger was a man, was an evil sorcerer from the Onondaga tribe. The Onondaga tribe.
Ooh, that's the Iroquois Confederacy.
Yes. And this eventually led on to the great grandmother. The great grandmother eventually tamed the Onondaga sorcerer, braided his serpents from his hair, and eventually restored peace among all the tribes with the Waupun Belt Agreement.
So
after the Waupun Belt Agreement, that's when all of the great tribes among the continent made a confederacy, as the other guy said, yes.
But still, how does that go back to Turtle Island?
It went back to Turtle Island because after that, there was great meetings held yearly between all the great chiefs among the continent. And all the great chiefs among the continent would come to these grand council meetings, and they would share resources, knowledge, medicines, wisdom, and food.
I heard about
You
that.
Hold on a second. So how do they know it was shaped like a turtle? That's what I'm asking.
That's because they're Athabascan. That's why. Because Athabascans.
Hold on. I'm asking him. How do they know it was shaped like a turtle?
Because every tribe from all around the continent shared all of their information and resources available. That came from surveys. That came from maps. The knowledge, the folklore.
Nathan. Every time I ask this question, the main thing
y'all made maps back then. Do you have evidence?
They didn't draw it physically. They did their own
have
written
evidence
style.
of these maps?
I'm trying to tell you, it's not even based
I'm
on
just
no
asking
fucking.
a question because I'm
I'm saying it's not based on no continent.
I'm not being malicious at
Wait,
all.
just listen. It's not based on no continent looking like a fucking turtle. It was actually a tribe that was called the Turtle Tribe
But that's
that
what
was
he said.
here.
He
It
said it
was
was
actually,
shaped like a
yeah,
turtle.
that's the false Native American story. That's why I always ask is to see who actually know the real shit and who don't. It was actually a tribe called the Turtle Tribe that was here, and they were a part of the Haudenosaunee.
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 What however the fuck you pronounce it, you know what I'm
Haudenosaunee.
trying to say. The Iroquois, right? They're a part of
Haudenosaunee
that.
are Iroquois.
Listen, hold on. Somebody big screen real quick. I only got a couple minutes real quick.
Haudenosaunee. Wasn't that
So you
the Lady
saying that it's
Lenape?
a turtle
Mm-hmm.
tribe? That's where they get the name from a turtle tribe.
Because the Iroquois, they call
But
themselves something else,
but
like
here's
the
the
people of
kicker.
the
Here's the kicker,
longhouses.
because you got the Athabascans, right?
Right.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the
The
screen. I'm
Haudenosaunee,
gonna
the
follow up with you.
Haudenosaunee, the Turtle Clan is a prominent clan among the Haudenosaunee nations, such as Mohawk, whatever the fuck that old word
Oneida,
is,
Oneida.
Oneida, and the Onondaga.
Onondaga.
And they were one of the water-related clans representing the elements of water alongside eel and beaver clans.
I just said the Lenape.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lenape, the Delaware.
So when they go back and start talking about some Turtle Island, it comes from the Turtle Clan, not because of the fucking island being shaped like a fucking turtle.
Where was these people
What?
located? Where were these folks
If it
located?
was
Located in
because
New York and
they was
Canada.
located here in the
No,
In
Americas.
Canada?
no, because
No, New York
the
area in
Haudenosaunee.
Canada.
What?
Yeah,
The
the
Onondaga and
Haudenosaunee,
the
they're located
Haudenosaunee.
in the area of northeastern woodlands, United States, and Canada.
No, the Iroquois history was based on war until they were reformed.
Yeah, until they were
And
beaten
But
by the
you also
yeah, and
have
once
Navajo, the Nadine. They also talk about like how the other continents have different symbols or shapes. Like Europe, for example, they call Europe Cat Island, or they call Africa Skull
okay.
Island, or they call Asia Elephant Island.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but the point
there was a
is,
great
he
war
never even
before
answered the
they
question
became a
on how
Grand
his people
Council.
even called it
So
Turtle Island.
MIA. So the name Turtle Island didn't come from the indigenous people themselves. Come from outside of what y'all like to call X and M, whatever. The fuck.
Basically, like
Whatever the
I
fuck. Zilla be
this is
saying.
what they were called. They were literally called the Turtle Clan, right? And whether it's English or if it was in their indigenous language and just translated into English, that's another story. But the point is, the whole story of it being called Turtle Island is because of the tribe that was here. This was their land. That's the point.
No, because that tribe went through a
So
reclaim from the clan mother.
Europeans coined that term.
What?
Bro,
These so-called
I'm
new
asking. I
new
don't know. That's why I'm
Okay,
asking
okay.
questions
No,
to clear the
this
shit
was
up.
hey,
these
this was
so-called new
pre-colonial
generations,
history.
right? It's only funny because their history always start with WAR, or a conflict, which is not the case for every migration. What was the cause for every conflict, and who were they in conflict with when they arrived here? That is the question that these Native
Who you
Americans don't
talking
do.
about?
I'm talking about Nason. Like when I just asked them why was it called Turtle Island and stuff like that. This is the same question that a lot of these Native Americans, modern day Native Americans, cannot answer because they don't know anything about the actual history of Turtle Island and why it was called Turtle Island. And it was called Turtle Island because of the Turtle Clan and not because the fucking island looked
So
like a
I'm
damn turtle.
saying it was called Turtle Island by outsiders.
Look like a damn turtle. When did they draw the maps to make it look like a turtle, or to
Well, the
see that it looked like a
Lenape
turtle?
themselves are outsiders. They're Asians. They're nomads. So the Lenni Lenape, yeah, the Delaware, yeah, they're not other ethnic groups like the.
That's why I'm asking. So the
They're not
outsiders
like, because you got
named
different
it Turtle
migrations, so you got different
Island.
origin stories.
Not the
Like, for
people.
example,
So basically, not the people themselves call it Turtle Island. It's like
so
outsiders.
you
Call
got
it.
different tribes that got different origin stories that's coming into people in the Americas, such as the Anayawiya or Cherokee, Salagi, or whatever you want to call it. They said that they came here by boat. Others say that they came migrating down from somewhere with the Hovapai, which was the two brothers, which was Chickasaw and Chata, and they settled in near the area where the Nanawaya mounds were, and there were other people already here that was fashioned from the mud or the soil from inside that Nanawaya mound, and that will automatically tell you that those people were melanated because they're the same colors as United States soil, because United States soil is red, brown, and black. So that would automatically put you in the position of being the Aboriginal within the Southeast.
I mean,
Hey,
They're not
Patrick.
talking about no sand dollar
Remember,
color
Hopi
people.
means original people.
I mean,
Patrick.
just
So
what?
the reason why we call it
Patrick.
Turtle
Okay,
Island,
never
the reason why
mind.
they were called the Turtle Clan was because there was a massive reform after the war. Does that make sense? There's a reforms and there's a reforms on
Bro,
politics, on culture,
you
and on the
you
ways, on the
said those
rules and
people in
laws after a
you said
reform.
those people in Iroquois, but they
Yeah,
weren't.
But
yeah.
Nathan, you
Iroquoian,
also
You said
said
they
that
weren't,
everyone.
Algonquin.
but
No, because a warring
you said they
clan
weren't.
cannot remain a warring clan once there's a peace treaty. There has to be a reform, and the reform happened after the clan mother made the reform happen through the Wapan event.
And then they brought the maps all
Pumpkin,
together.
pumpkin.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
sir.
brought
Yes,
the
sir.
maps, resources,
All right,
foods,
you see
and
this map
stories
right
all
here, pumpkin.
together.
But how did they
Mm-hmm.
get? You're saying that everyone
This
just
map, this
pieced their
map is
maps
going for
together like they were puzzles.
$350,000. This is a map
There,
of
there,
South America.
there was
Do
Hold
you
peace
on,
in
see
the
what
Steve.
continent
happened?
after that event.
Hold on, Cole. So real quick, I think they still talking about something.
I was just asking, like, so they all, according to your story, they all just came together with their maps and they pieced it together and they figured it out.
Well, yeah, after a couple hundred years, they might have, after sharing resources,
If
food,
you're struggling, don't
knowledge, and
have
events.
kids.
That's why there's cross cultural like practices. Like I know how to cut deer skin. I know how to set traps for martins and minks because all the tribes came together through a grand council of chiefs during the Great Lake area from the Wapan event, because it became an annual practice for all the people on the continent henceforth.
I'm sorry, but isn't it more likely that the people slowly moved around and they learned from each other than they came together and they shared culture? Like that just doesn't make sense to me.
No, no. What happened was, firstly, we slowly moved around, and then each tribe and each people got settled and developed their own languages and their own ways and their own habitats of living in their environments. And then after that, conflict broke out due to conflict of resources. After hundreds of years of conflict, then they became a necessary piece that had to be made, and that was through the clan mother, who was a real person, by the way. And after the clan mother united all of the great nations, which became the Grand Council of Chiefs, which is still existing today after centuries, that's how we were able to have all
What
this
year was
cross
this when they
cultural.
all united? What year was this?
I guess he's gonna go look that up right now.
Well, anyway, here's something that's
Oh,
similar to what
hold
they
on, let
talking
me
about.
say this. Let me say this right quick. Pumpkin. You see this map on the screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you say you from Africa, right? Or your ancestors from Africa, right?
Yeah, my ancestors. Yeah.
Okay, this is a map of South America in the 1600s. This map is going for $350,000. I can pull up the price to show you. But as you can see in the right corner in that circle, that is called Africa. And right below it is Ethiopia. It's in South America. So that over there ain't Africa, sweetheart. Y'all want to take a screenshot of it? And I'm finna show you something.
Well, I can say the same. Like, this ain't America. This Turtle Island. God damn it. So what's your point? I don't get it. Names change over the years. Like what?
You
Go
see how
ahead.
much that map costs? So it ain't fake. If it's going for $32,500,
But you
it ain't
realize
fake.
that most maps were actually fake. Most maps are still currently fake. What are you talking about?
Oh,
They're
Most
fake.
maps currently, if people now today, people can look at the continent of Africa on with their own drones, with their own satellites, with their own planes, and they can see as private citizens, they can see that Africa is significantly bigger than what it is on the map. You want us to look at a map from when people did not explore the earth to figure out to say, oh,
How,
that's
how old are you,
definitely the
ma'am?
size.
How old are you, ma'am?
31 years old, sir.
See, I'm 53. When I was in school, that continent was known as Southern Asia.
What
When I
Man,
I'm
we
was
can
in
see your
saying,
school,
body.
that
Please back away from the
we
camera,
can
please.
see you in the.
that
oh
never
my bad.
happened for us. I'm grateful that my parents went to different schools and it was called Africa then as well and didn't exist. But cool.
Ma'am, you do understand the art of making maps was like one of those sacred trades. If you sold someone a fake map, do you understand what would happen to you? If you sold someone a fake map and they came back and they found you,
I'm not saying that they
it
sold
wouldn't have been nice. You would have been
person.
unalive on
No,
site.
I hear
I don't
you.
think it's.
I'm
I
Okay.
not
don't
sure
think
if
it's that
that's
serious.
true, but I'm saying that there's no way for any of them to have truly known that the map was correct or incorrect. That's all I'm saying.
There were
At the time,
people, seafaring people for thousands and thousands of years that could literally travel using stars.
of
Mm-hmm.
course, but
Yeah,
not
and you have
because
to
you're.
take into account for the surveys for Turtle Island. The map isn't going to be 100% accurate too.
Exactly.
That's all I'm
These guys were
saying.
just
Like the
surveying.
accuracy's
When
off,
we
and
talk about
that's
The
Turtle
accuracy
Island,
is actually very impressive.
Oh, nice.
It's
So I,
very
when
impressive.
we're talking
we
about
still.
Turtle Island,
I'm
I
still
want to say
waiting on
this
the
one thing.
we
answer.
didn't
And
have
these are the people
satellites.
that named everything. So
This was
Nice.
1100 BC. I mean, sorry, 1100 after Christ. We didn't have satellites back then, and nor was it like a priority. The
Nice.
priority was for Confederacy.
Did you find the answer? When was y'all all united? Before you went on Teacup. What year was that?
What?
You was talking about an elder,
Mother Queen or
a mother,
somebody.
No,
queen,
this,
mother, elder, queen, elder, whatever.
Yeah.
it was a clan. It was a clan mother.
I was trying to see when y'all was all. You said y'all was all united here in America. I want to know what year was that.
You don't know.
The 10th century
The 10th century.
after
He just
Christ.
he just made up stuff.
That's so AD. That's AD.
I'm just asking a
So,
question. I'm just asking. I just thought
so
that
if
was
if I
interesting.
may
That's
show this one
all.
thing before I step down,
Cause
may I show this?
was y'all united? Cause my next follow up question was y'all still united when the Europeans got here? That's all. But you know what? I'm not even gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Well, not all tribes were a monolith. There was definitely conflict from some tribe. I know the Blackfoot and the Cree, the Plains Cree, definitely had some squabbles and conflict during that time.
The
And I'm
Iroquois
sure,
and the
That's how I
Lenape as
know
well.
that
yes,
Turtle Island
and I'm
story
sure
ain't
there
really
was
from here.
conflict down in the south as well, probably with the Seminoles.
It was very feudal. Like I said, it was very feudal.
But conflict doesn't equal yeah, they deserve
They
for
weren't
all the
Seminoles, they were
ethnicity to be
Muskogee and
slaughtered
or
pretty much.
Yamasi. Mikas
Exactly. What he
Tuti.
said is actually correct because
Because the
there's a book.
Micmac were tribes that were not involved with anyone. The Inuit were hardly involved with anyone, just trading. Like the indigenous people are not a monolith. That's like saying, "Hey, let's go to Europe." The Irish are at war with
I
the
mean, yeah, I
Irish are
understand,
with
and
the
I
Deniers.
agree with
It's
that.
not the
I
same.
agree with that. You absolutely right, but
Yeah,
like
the Irish
the
are
way
not same
you,
as the
but the
Italians.
way you
They
was
have a different
talking, you was
culture,
insinuating
language,
that
people.
everybody was united. Like the way the way you was talking, I agree with that. Everybody's gonna be different from the people on the East Coast gonna have a different language, culture, and understanding from the folks on the West Coast. So that's
Yeah,
more
yeah.
realistic. But earlier you was saying that y'all was all united and all that. So that's why I just want to start asking questions and shit. So
Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. It was united
okay.
compared to the contrast before. Before there was like mass conflict. Then it was mostly peaceful with some small conflicts within some close communities nearby.
So why did they all unite in 10 AD? Why did they all unite? What was the reason for it?
They wrote a
Because there
wampum.
was mass conflict for several centuries.
They had stickball tournaments.
Well, there was mass war for several centuries.
But still, they had sports tournaments with stickball. But anyway, you got this. How I figure is kind of not really from here is because you got Turtle Island stories in the Pacific Islands and amongst the Chinese with Lo Shu and Fu Shi, if you're familiar with that. It's basically about a world on the turtle's back. It's not just a exclusive story from the Americas, and it also entails that Native Americans do have Asian ancestry because they're bringing retentions from over, from the so-called old world. So that's where you get the whole live. Oh, let me show you this other example.
Well, we're not a
So
monolith.
I don't understand. So Asia is a whole different continent and it's shaped different from America. Why? How do they still get the Turtle Island out of Asia
They
though?
got Elephant Island out of Asia, and they got things like Skull Island for Africa
I
and
know,
Cat
but that's
Island
not
for Europe.
answering my question. You said come from Asia, but
Yep.
Asia is a whole different shape. In fact, it's attached to Europe. It's a whole different shape from America. So how did they still get Turtle Island out of that?
So these people were coming down from the Bering Strait into North America. These people
That's
got
that's been disproven a while back.
huh?
That's been disproven a while back.
How was it if you got the 8 trigrams turtle Lo Shu and Fu Shi, and your genetics literally say that y'all came from East Asia, from the Malta Buret culture, mind you, and the Siberians and Mongolians?
So do y'all genetics say y'all come from Oceania?
Yes, it does. It says that we have both Asiatic and Oceanic genetics.
So what
Okay,
happened to those people
interesting.
that came down the
Interesting.
that came across the Bering Strait? You would assume that in their travels, some would have essentially settled down along the coast, the western coast of the United States, ranging from Alaska all the way down until they couldn't walk anymore. Where they at? Because they damn sure not in British Columbia. So where they go?
No, they're still there. You literally have people that's up there in Alaska that literally talk about how they would get together with people from across Russia, that they
Hmm.
share cultural aspects together with those people that's in Siberia.
Hmm.
And this is all the way recent too. Like they didn't just stop interacting with these people because Russians also came over in there in the modern era.
Hmm.
It's just that in recent times they haven't been communicating with each other. They stopped having their get-togethers and stuff. But you do have certain tribes that really aren't from North America or South America, and you have people that were already in the Americas that have Australoid genetics.
Yeah, it's called
So
They
what?
call it the Soltrian theory,
So when
but
did the
coastal migration.
quote unquote Asian natives make it to South America? How did they get down there?
so how Asians made their way to South America? For one, you had recent migrations from the Manila
How
Galleons,
recent?
and you
How
also
recent?
like the 19th century up to the 20th century, and then you also had like these people that came
So there
from
was nothing much earlier than that.
Yeah, you did. You also had different
Wait,
waves of Asians coming in
when?
throughout time. Like you had different ways of since the Pleistocene epoch, you had different groups because if you look at the movie 10,000
What year is
BC,
that?
hold on, if you look at the movie 10,000 BC and it's based off of real cultures like the Malta Buret people.
I never
They
saw
came
that
in
movie.
various phenotypes. They weren't just one singular phenotype. It was people that had negroid traits, like I just showed earlier. You had people that
Not
looked
10,000
racially
BC.
ambiguous at that time
I
because
never
you
seen that
had
movie, so that's not a good example. I ain't never
it,
seen
it
that.
actually
Yeah,
it's based in science because
that's a
they're talking
horrific. That's a
about the
horrific example.
evolution of
Oh,
corn. They're talking
you
about the evolution of
10,000
science?
cheese.
BC is a horrific example, bro.
It is a horrific example, but it's also based in science.
It's
What
So
based in
science?
they
sci-fi.
clumped up random time periods, just like Apocalypto, right? They made the Mayans basically time traveling. Not they not yeah, the Mayans basically time travelers because the conquistadors never met the Mayans; they met the Aztecs. So
Yeah,
basically, Hollywood put in their own spin on the movie, but in actuality, it's based in actual science, such as the Malta Buret. It's talking about the terror birds. It's talking about early Homo sapiens sapiens and how human odyssey started. But anyway, the when I was talking about the Malta Buret culture, they didn't come in just one phenotype because you got oculocutaneous albinism. You had some people that look more negroid, and you had people that look more Southeast Asian looking that had phenotypes that's close to Homon and Ainu people. Hence, where you get the Kennewick man from, and they came into the Americas and mixed in the people that were already down in South America
I
that
find it
were
interesting that
Australoid phenotype.
so they made it to Alaska, Canada, all the way over to Greenland, on the west coast of America, Mexico, South America, but they didn't go towards the southeast part of the United States.
They did. They made their way all the way there, but the people that were in the southeast, these people are tied to the ancestors of the Olmecs and the Mississippian culture. These would be your Australoid looking people that were already there
So
before
once
the land
y'all, so
bridge.
once y'all made it to the southeast United States, y'all just stayed stagnated. Y'all didn't go all over the whole
Yeah, they
entire
did go
north.
all over the Americas. It's just that human
And where
beings from
where
that
are
time
they?
period could
Where are they
not go
now?
up because you had a large ice wall throughout half the United States that stretched all the way up to Alaska. That's why they couldn't go up further because you had a giant ice
I mean,
wall.
but
But
yeah,
as
they're in,
soon
but
Where did the ice wall go?
those
it
Inuits
melted.
people live there now. Like the Inuits live there. People out here in
The
Greenland.
Inuits,
So
those are descendants of the Malta Buret culture and them Siberian groups. Those would be the shared ancestors
okay,
of
but
those
They're
groups.
still
they
there.
live
But
there.
you also had
So why y'all
Australoid
didn't
groups
make it
that
up
was in.
there?
You already
So,
had Australoid groups in South America because it was already in the equator. You had black people there during that Wormian ice age. It's just that they couldn't climb above that ice wall. That's what kept
So
them
what
from
happened when the
what
interacting.
ice
ice
wall
wall?
melted? Like
What
There
what
ice
was an
happened to
ice
the
wall?
wall
land?
that kept. Okay,
What year
during
was this ice
the
wall?
mounds were built. The mounds are much older than the Wormian ice age.
Uh-huh.
What year was the ice wall here?
So you had humans in Americas 20 to 30,000 years ago.
Oh, okay. But you're talking about an ice wall, and I'm just like thinking on geology. Usually when ice melts, it turns into water, and
Yeah,
then
there
the
was a
water
great
goes
flood. They have
somewhere.
a
So
story. They
where
have
did
a
the water
creation story about a
go?
great flood.
But what happened? Like, where did the water go exactly? Did there become
It
like
dispersed, man.
Great
Like the
Lakes?
Americas was
Did
covered in trees.
Oh,
It
okay.
was
So
dense
then,
in trees.
so what happened to the countries, the islands in the Caribbean? Did they also experience like did islands disappear?
Yes, you
Okay,
had
so I have a
islands that
theory. I
Which
have a
disappeared.
theory
ones?
to that. I would like to lend a theory to that. So if you look at most islands are pretty much the tip of a mountain, right? So let's say the water didn't melt, right? And it all of the water went into the oceans, and the oceans rose, because there are plenty stories from different cultures all around the world that talk about that same event, the flooding, right? So now let's say because of the flooding, that now the islands that we see are just the top of land masses that had existed previously. Then I can kind of get behind that. I can kind of get behind it, because then that would make sense
Hmm.
about things like Atlantis or Lemuria or all these other lands that were submerged when these this ice melted.
You know, here's my issue with that thought process, right?
Hmm.
The the Caribbean, we know what land is under the water. That's the issue that I'm saying. Like, there's land under the water. That's true.
Yeah, you can
But we
see
can
islands. There
see
were
that
once
land.
islands.
But this is
If
but
you
this
get
is
on
what
them
I'm saying.
boats and you got a
Mm,
glass bottom, right? You'll literally see places where there were
no,
it originally
no,
used to be landmass.
no, not in the Caribbean. I don't know
Yeah,
where in the
in the
Caribbean you have
Caribbean.
to
Yes,
point
it
it.
was. It was
Where in the
connected
Caribbean?
toward
Point it
Florida.
out.
It's the Gulf of Mexico. You could literally see more
That's
land in them
literally
glass
not the
boats, and they're
Caribbean.
finding actual artifacts of the Mississippian culture within
Again, that's
underneath the ocean.
literally not the Caribbean.
That is the
The
Bahamas.
Gulf of Mexico is not the
That is
Caribbean.
the
It's the Gulf of
Caribbean.
It's the Gulf of America now.
it's whatever. It's not the Caribbean. I'm just saying, like, I asked specifically about the islands for a reason,
Which
because
one? Which one you're from?
I'm from St. Eustatius, which feels like a waste to tell you, but I'm thinking, like, there's an underwater place called the Saba Bank. We can see that with our eyes. We fish there. We know where the land is. That's what I'm saying, and we know if it's been above water or if it hasn't. We can see that too. So that's why I'm asking, like, are you sure what happened to the land? Which islands were, sunken by the ice wall? I don't think that you're correct on what happened when it came to the ice wall.
I am
If there
correct,
were an
because
ice
for
wall.
one, we lost major strips of land, just like how we're losing parts of land in Florida. Most of that, what you see that you think is Florida, it was much larger than what's drawn on the map.
I can get behind of that.
So you also had civilizations that were sanked by these the ice wall.
Mm.
You have mounds and stuff like that that's underwater as well.
But here's the thing too.
In our side, on our side of the world,
Yes,
because that's
within
what
the
I'm talking
Caribbean
about.
and Florida.
These mountains that you're talking about, right? I'm trying to remember where I learned in geology at school that these mountains exist. We know our volcanoes that are underwater. We know where they are, and we can
I didn't
visit
say
them.
volcanoes, I said
We're talking about
landmass.
mounds with the man-made earthen mounds or
Yeah,
whatever.
they literally they finding artifacts that connects the Mississippian culture with the Olmec culture within these sunken areas within the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean islands.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up because I find it very interesting that I've never learned that.
But see, here's the thing. Another too that's rarely mentioned, that the Earth is a very balanced ecosystem.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
there may have been melting of icebergs in one area, but also at the same time it's balanced. So where things were melting, there's another point where things are freezing. It is a balanced ecosystem. We're not going to get a full meltdown, global warming, as they say, and that's why they changed it from global warming to climate change. But anybody that knows anything about climate change, the climate changes every season. So
No, that's not what they mean by climate change. What you talking about? The changing of the seasons is something different than climate change.
Want to ask you how you think the world is balancing itself out because currently in my lifetime, which is crazy because like I said, I'm 31. In my lifetime, we've
mm,
seen the ocean rise on our islands in the Caribbean. So I'm just shocked by okay, where on earth is besides this year has been the first time that the more ice was added to the caps. Where has that been? Because for years they've just been melting and there's been no balance. So
and there are parts of the world that has experienced massive drying up, as in over in what was it, the Red Sea, that area. So again, there are lands that are being exposed, and there are lands that are experiencing the increase in water. So it is a balanced
mm,
ecosystem.
yeah, but there's a difference
You are
between
literally
increasing
I'm
living
gonna
water
give
and
scat.
my
increasing
personal
ocean.
opinion. I'm gonna give my personal opinion. I believe it's a mixture of both. I believe that is hand due to pollution. Also, I believe the earth is naturally changing because everything's just not gonna be the same. Like over a million years ago, Antarctica was green at one point.
I think it was a little earlier than that. They got
Green at
maps,
one point, and it's naturally
and I know those maps ain't a
turned.
million years old.
Naturally, it turned naturally. Hold on, sir. Just a second. Naturally, it's on. A lot of shit done due to man polluting the shit too. So I believe it's like a little bit of both. That's just my opinion though.
Cool, I feel you. I'm just saying, like, for other places, because he said, like, oh yeah, they're droughts and such. And don't get me wrong, the Caribbean is experiencing the worst droughts that they've experienced for the past few years. But the ocean levels are so, the world is exposing. So it's like there's a difference with no water, no rain, and that's why land is being exposed versus there's still water coming from the ice caps.
Yeah, the environment is changing and it's not always for the best because we've had Arctic pigeons come down to our community and they have never been seen before and they've come down here this year.
So I looked it up. I looked up parts of the world that are drying up. It says several parts of the world are experiencing significant drying due to climate change and human activities. Over 70% of the world's continents have lost fresh water to the ocean, with regions like North China Plain and California Central Valley being major contributors. Four continental scale mega drying regions have emerged primarily in the northern hemisphere, driven by climate change and unsustainable groundwater use. It keeps going on.
Yeah, and that's something that I wholeheartedly agree with, and that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. Like the sea levels are rising, and that's why you said the thing about balance. And I'm like, I'm personally not seeing balance because it's and the sea levels are rising, and it's drying up, and the hurricanes are getting stronger, and the tornadoes, and there are more crazy storms in Europe, which is causing crazy flooding. But it's like and to me it's just going bad and not good. That's why I said the comments about I don't know about that balance bit. But
But that's essentially balanced because in one area is drying up while others experience more
Yeah,
water, and
yeah.
then it's going to be vice
yeah,
versa.
but those places that are experiencing okay, this is a geological fact. The places that are experiencing rain does not equate flooding even does not equate to groundwater. And that there's a difference. So
So how
even
do you think the water? How do you think the water in the ocean? Where do you think the water in the ocean comes from?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. So groundwater gonna be like from years and years of the
mhm.
the shit collecting for years. That's the groundwater.
Hmm. It's on years and years and years. Whereas a flood is, topsoil gone, whatever on the top is gone. But it doesn't seep into the earth, and it can't do it quick enough, obviously. Otherwise, places wouldn't be drying up. That's why so many places in on the continent of Africa experience floods and then extreme drought.
You
I mean,
mean
but
everything at
this
the
is the thing,
bottom and
like
not everything at
everything,
the top?
everything ain't happening. Like, okay, so you
Do we
saying
have any hurricanes this year?
some places drying up and some places are flooded, but it's not all in one spot. It's like different places around the world experience different things. So it's not gonna everything gonna be all in one location
Yeah,
at
Yeah.
the
like
same
our
time.
community is heating up. My grandfather's been alive for like 90 years, and he says he's never seen an Arctic pigeon in this community. They're not supposed to be here. They're not
Yeah,
supposed to come
it's
down this
like
south.
even you're warming up. Like it's getting hotter there. Like at one point they didn't even
Yes.
never had to use air conditioning Europe, but now it's getting hotter and
Yeah.
hotter.
Yeah.
So
When I went back from work, I seen them in the trees, and I was thinking, I've never seen this animal before. That was my first thought.
In Europe, it's always been like, oh, it they don't need air conditioning units, and in older homes they literally don't have any. But now people are really just putting them in all the time. But someone says the world is heading for an ice age. Well, I look forward to it.
well, like I said, the world, the earth does is going to do its natural thing. Something, shit that we have no control over at all. What we can control is the pollution. We can do that much, but some
Yeah.
things, some shit just out of our control. It just,
Yeah.
and then we
If
can
stuff
do
gets hard, y'all can come down. We got fresh water. We got enough fish to feed a lot of people. We got some
Volcanoes dump
oceans.
more methane into the atmosphere than anything a human could ever do.
Yeah,
Period.
but that's after like thousands of years after a natural process.
And,
This is happening under like 100, 200
but
years in the Industrial
it's
Revolution.
happening
It's
now,
like a quick rush.
and there's ebbs and tides because I had to do a report on that on the methane. Like there have been periods of the earth warming up and cooling even without human presence to do anything. It's going to happen regardless. There's nothing we can do about it. We can just ride the
volcanoes do
tide,
that too.
sink or
That's
swim.
a little
That's it.
different because a volcano is like it's like a reset. This is like a slow burn, like a slow death.
A slow burn.
Yeah, this is a slow burn of ecosystems like being torched up.
Are y'all environmentalists or something?
Well, it comes with being a Native
We
American, man.
just got on the
Oh,
top.
you a
I
native.
don't even know how we got
Yeah.
to this topic. We here. I don't know.
Oh, we was talking
Oh,
about the island and land being exposed and the ice wall and the melting of the ice wall.
Oh
That water
yeah,
got to go somewhere.
Tyrone
what
brought up
ice
the ice
wall?
wall. Yeah, that's what it was.
The
I,
ice
I
the
feel like
ice
we can
wall
move
in
on from the
Alaska
ice wall.
or
Oh, I
North
thought you were talking
America.
about
Look up
only
I
ice
ain't
wall I
listening.
know
I ain't
is
got
Game of
no.
Thrones.
I can't answer no more questions.
Not the Game of
That's the
Thrones.
same way I felt when I heard the ice wall. I was like, and then the White Walkers came.
I
Oh
think of
my.
Antarctica. That's crazy. I don't. I think of Antarctica when I think of the ice wall.
Mm, I think of the
This is the
Game of
problem I have,
Thrones.
like with a lot of people on TikTok. Just say it's fine. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is what I think. This is what I believe. This is how far I've gotten in my research. But Sir was really up here explaining this like this was fact, and he got a PhD, and they said it just didn't make any geological sense.
Yeah, I don't like speaking on things from 10,000 years ago, or I'm not. I've only been alive for 42 years, and it's kind of small down here. So you're talking about 10,000, 20,000. I just can't get behind that.
Exactly.
You're
And I'm
doing
like,
your
okay, cool.
research.
You're native or you're native black or whatever, that's a conversation we can have. We can look at, 400, 500 years ago. Everything was written down at that point. But when it comes to anything, really much before that, I get really iffy, and I'm like,
It
the
gets muddled for
difference
sure.
down.
For sure, for sure. I'm with it. 100,000 million years ago, like I'm looking at people like, really, nigga? Like a million years ago, you doing research or somebody else's research? Ain't in the mud. Ain't
Yeah, and
You're
it's
not
like,
digging
oh,
up
they
anything.
found
Oh, these
artifacts.
artifacts are artifacts.
And I'm like, they found
Okay.
artifacts, and are we sure that they just weren't, from sunken ships? Like every day, a boat sinks somewhere. Like,
Uh, I can't get behind it. Like 10,000 BC. That's a movie. I don't like to do things like that because movies are like made up, even if they are based in fact. Again,
yeah,
it's 10,000 years ago. You're talking about 12,000 years ago. I don't know what happened 50 years ago without reading a book.
I had I had a question. I don't know who here is, Native American, but I was just curious to know, like,
Almost
okay,
everybody.
excuse me?
Almost everybody on the panel.
Oh, no one is Native American anymore?
What
That's
it,
me.
so we got a native, then we got the black Indians, and we got a Moor, and then you got regular old me up here.
What is a black Indian? Like
I don't know
someone
what
from
that
India?
is.
No, black indigenous, the indigenous
Oh,
American.
okay,
Oh,
okay, okay,
that's
Who the
okay.
more?
Afro-Indigenous.
Who the more on the panel?
You, hell,
Has
That,
anybody took
that's funny.
has anybody took the opportunity to research any of the roles?
Dawes Rolls?
Any of them? Any of them?
You talking about Dawes Rolls?
Rolls.
It's more than just Dawes rolls. You're talking
Like
about
those
Dawes
type of
rolls, Churchill
yeah,
rolls,
those type of rolls.
the Choctaw and the Chickasaw rolls,
Oh,
just all of the rolls. Period. Has anyone took a
Nah,
gander?
I'm not a
Like
genealogist.
I went down a rabbit hole a
I'm
couple
not. I'm
days ago.
not
I was
looking
looking
into
in
this
the
either. I don't
Churchill
think I'm a deep.
rolls from 1835. The Cherokee rolls, and some of the names in there were a little questionable, like Stinking Fish. Somebody was really walking. I wonder who the descendants of Stinking Fish is.
Stinking
I
fish.
really, I really want to know. I really want to. Yo, please, like I pay $20 a month for Ant.
You trying
Please,
to
somebody
you
else
talking
pay
about like the
$20
name? Like you don't
a
find the
month
name
and go down
odd?
this fucking rabbit hole with me.
You found
Stinking
But so,
Fish. I want to know who Stinking Fish descendants are. I really do. Some of these names is ridiculous. You want me
yeah.
to
so
go through some of them?
regular, are you,
Stinking
you
fish is
said you're
crazy.
black indigenous?
Who's black indigenous?
No, I'm still going down this. Like I'm not making any definitive statements because
Uh-huh.
I'm still going down my genealogy, and I'm finding a lot of splintering. Like there's a lot of names like that's popping up because when you start going down that genealogy path, you have one name, but then these people are getting married to that. So it's like, you got the Townsends, then you got the Jacksons, then you got the Walkers, then you got you know what I'm saying, the Brown, all
Yeah.
these different
Yeah.
people. So the McLeans, I'm finding all these different names, down
Rabbit hole.
that family tree. Um, but there's nothing definitive. There's nothing to say that any of these people were, slaves because, again, I ran across the 1840s census. They have these things called the slave schedules, and I'm in Muskogee County, Georgia, and they're literally have list after list after list of black people as slave owners. So the narrative is being just like I'm just trying to process a lot of this stuff because it's and I know it's to be true because when you look at the 1860 slave schedules, because there's only two slave schedules of in the census, it's the same names being mentioned. They don't have them as black anymore, but like for instance, A.R. Blackmar, he's shown as being black or a black
You
slave
said this is
owner.
in Georgia?
Yeah, Muskogee County, Georgia. I'm actually looking at it right now. 1850 U.S. Federal Census slave schedule for A.O. Blackmar. He's on both the 1850 and the 1860s Blackmar, and he's listed as a BLK person, and then everybody under him is BLK, mulatto. Um, and I mean, it goes on and on and on. And then when you go to the free side, when you go to just the free side, they not even listed. Their color is not even mentioned at all. So it's like, what's going on? You know, because if these white people, as they say they were, you know, how they be painting this superiority picture. It's like, why didn't you take the time out to put the color these people were? It's very weird, and it's
I don't know. Turn your
it's
camera on and show us.
I'm on here. All right, let's do this. Y'all ready for this? Jesus Christ! I don't get
Ready
man.
for it?
I'm on here right now.
All right.
So yeah, ancestry.com. So here we go. Slave inhabitants in the city of Columbus, in the county of Muskogee, county of Muskogee, state, Georgia, enumerated by me on the 23rd day of October, 1850, whatever his name is, assistant marshal. So you have the name of slave owners, and then I assume because they did it in the 1860 ones, they show like whoever's under them, and you have at the top you have the age, the sex, and then you have the color. So
Black.
B. Let's keep it is, and this is, mind you, this is the first page. So this is the first page. B, mulatto. Mind you, the names are the name of the slave masters, and everybody under them are the people that they own. And I'll verify that from the A18. So we're gonna keep going. B, mulatto, and then you got to ask yourself, mulatto, what are they mixed with? Are they mixed with white tea, or are they mixed with Indian? What makes them a mulatto? Anyway, keep going. B. There you go. And you keep going. B. Keep going.
Go over
B.
so I can see the name.
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to do this because I want y'all to see the names too. Where you want me to go? You said it's over where? Because what
I
I'm
want
gonna
to see
do,
the
I'm gonna go
full.
down one list and
I
I'm
want
gonna
to see the
pull it
full
over.
thing.
Let me see. Because all right, so here you go. But you can't really. So there's the names. So you got the names, and then you got the people that's owned under them. So you go back up, and you got the names of slave owners. And you got color, black. They own mulattoes. So, we're gonna keep going. So I'm gonna go to the next page. This is Muskogee County, Georgia, and it just keeps going. It's the name of slave owners, 1850. No need to. I ain't frauding or nothing. This is new to me. And it just, and then the names is even more interesting because some of these are kind of hard to see the way they were. This one looks like Lacey A. Backer.
Go over some more. I'm trying to read some of the names.
Oh, I wish they didn't write. Oh, this is Gray. I know some Grays. And this was a female owner because she's female. It's 35 years old. What's that? Ad Bernard. All beat. This all black, mulatto, black. Keep going. It's the other side. I'm gonna go back up. 38, and everybody under them. Name of slave owners, black. So I don't know what these white folk be talking about, and it keeps going. We talking about, this is page 2. It's only image. Okay, let me get.
Hold
This is
on.
only image 2.
I'm trying to see. Hold
Tell me what you
still.
need me to do. Tell me what you
Go
need me
to
to
the
do.
top, cause I like to look at this shit and study it. Hold on, go up to the top over and right there in the center. I'm trying to read it. Oh,
Hold on,
go
let me
over.
take
Over the other way.
left or
The
right.
other way. Yeah, right there. Okay. This is
It says most owners were white women. This says otherwise.
what they say? Number of slaves, age, sex, color, and what they say?
Fugitive from slave, number, manumitted, deaf and dumb, blind, insane, or idiotic. Descriptions. So
So they
here's the
all
names.
own one slave.
Some people own one, but then I'm gonna show you the 1851. They kind of did it a little bit better. Like they actually count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they'll show the person, the owner name, and then under them they'll have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess it was a way to save time. But you, as you see, B, 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 M, mulatto, B, 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 mulatto, B, mulatto, B, 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 B. And it keeps going and going and going. And this is only page 2, mind you. This is
No,
image 2. So
this
let's
was
go.
this. Okay, all right. I see. This
Let's go.
is. I don't know. So why? I got so many questions.
Me too. Me
I got
too.
so many questions. Like why? Okay, so they list them and they own all of them own one slave. Like, cause when I look at this, it look like a regular census roll. That's what it looked like. But
But here's the thing too. I'm gonna go back because I thought
I
the
don't
same
know.
thing. I was asking the same question. So you can go back to the same census and see the people that should just like regular inhabitants. So I'm gonna do that for you. Matter of fact, do I have it up already? Hold on. Okay, so yeah, Georgia Muskegee. This is just a regular. That's the federal census, and this is the slave schedule. So we go to the regular census, right? The name of every person whose usual place of abode on the first day of June 1850 was in this family, right? So you got this is the regular census, right?
What year
You
is
got the
this?
same hookup age, huh?
What year?
The same 1850, same Muskogee, the same district, Muskogee County. The third day of September, so this was done before the other one, and it's by the same person, Rutherford. And it's in, and so here's the free inhabitants in the 9th district. So you get to the free inhabitants, you have Sarah Jenkins, and none of there's no color. Like they went out of their way, no color whatsoever, no nothing. So anybody like, and they had no problem putting W's in the other ones. I just keep going. So this
Go
is the
back.
regular
Go
census.
back. Go. What it say? Go back to the top. What it says on the name category. What they say again?
It
The
says
name.
the name of every person's whose usual place of abode on the first day of June 1850 was in this family.
Oh, okay.
You know, then it has the age, then it has the profession, occupation, but color was left out for whatever reason. Place of birth, married, and then it says whether deaf, dumb, blind.
Okay. Well, this thing look incomplete. It don't even look like it's
So
I don't know.
so this one says County Muskogee, North Carolina, farmer. It's 1850. This was during slavery times. So it was a lot of farmers for sure, farmer, but no mention of their color in the same county which had all
What's in the
BLK slave owners. Same look, same city of Columbus, county of Muskogee, 20th, 20, I think this said 20th day of October by the same A. Rutherford, assistant marshal of Georgia, and all of the slave owners are BLK. But on the regular free inhabitants, free inhabitants, there's no mention of color whatsoever.
No.
This shit is wild. It's getting in Georgia. There we go, Georgia, county of Muskogee, A. Rutherford, and there's no mention. But yet, when you go to the slave inhabitants, name of slave owners, they're BLK, and I said this is only the second image. I'm gonna go to the third image, and it continues. This is the third image. That's the fourth page. This is the fourth page. BLK, mulatto, BLK. I'm gonna keep going through the pages. BLK, M, mulattoes. It's a lot more mulattoes. B, mulattoes. B, M, BB, M. You got Harris's, Tip Harris. I wonder. So yeah, the story's not being told in this complete name of slave owners. It says it right here, clear as day. Because we know the difference between the slave inhabitants and the free inhabitants, right? So, and it's 1850. There's no misconstruing Muskogee County of Georgia. This is Georgia by the same A. Rutherford. And I'm gonna go back. So go back and B, M, and keep going. And then now it's the 6th page. I'm still waiting for YT to pop up. You know what I'm saying? I'm still waiting for that W to pop up. I'm not seeing it. B. And look at their names: Hickey, Carr, Markham, Townsley, Mims. I know some Mims. Brooks. I know some Brooks. I know some Thorntons. I know Williams for sure. Carter, John Carter, mulatto, Robert Green, black. Yeah, man. And this is in ancestry.com. So I'm not playing no games with y'all. And it keeps going. This is the 6th page. Now I'm 7th page. Keeps going. Oh, look. See? Mulatto. Davis. Howard. Lloyds. Rawkins. Adams. B. Name of slave owners. Burrow. I know Burrows. Andrews. B. And we're going to keep going. 8th page. Keep going. This shit is crazy. 9th page. So what the hell is going on? Name of slave owners. 1850. 15 years before slavery was abolished. And these are black people literally owning, mulattoes owning BLK, mulatto, B. Robinsons, McGrady, John, you got your Kellys, you got Dillons. So who was taking their name from who, realistically? And that's the 9th page. We on the 10th page, and it still is going and going. Matter of fact, let me see what's the last page? The last page is 27. Let me see. The last page for this one is 21. So I'm assuming to the 21 page. This is page 21. And look at that. All of a sudden, where's the color? They took the color out.
What the first page look like? What's up, Jimmy?
Let me go back. I'm gonna go to the first page for you. This is the first page, the first image. Color missing.
What you say? What the first page look like?
Oh, this is Muskogee, District 8, Image 1. This is the first page of Muskogee, Georgia, and they omitted the color, so you don't even know who's who and what is what.
Go to the first line and go to the nine.
Something cooks or cools. Cooks or I'm just go out on the limb and say it's probably cooks. I don't know
Look
any
like
cools.
look like cook. Yeah, look like cook.
Right? Cooks. No color. Very interesting.
I don't know. Yeah, that is interesting.
Very interesting. And then, like I said, we back over on the free inhabitants. Color missing. So we know the free inhabitants. We know these ain't slave masters because they say in the name of every person whose usual place of abode on first day of June 1850 was in this family. So this is a family. This is a regular census. But they went out their way to let you know the difference between free inhabitants and slave inhabitants. So free. So I'm like, yo, this is a farmer. Yeah. So let me see. Is this the one? What was I at? Let me see if I can get back to it. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. So yeah, A.O. Blackmar, because this is the one. Because A.R. Blackmar, he can be found in the. And let me go to the 1861 to show you how they cleaned it up. Here we go. 1860 U.S. Federal Census slave schedules. I'm gonna put in A.O. Blackmar because it showed him being a BLK man. So Blackmar, because like I said, I like to dot my I's and cross my T's. So here's Columbus, here's Muskogee, Georgia, A.O. Blackmar, 1860. So let's go to it. Let's see. All right. So here's A.O. Blackmar again. So A.O. Blackmar. And then you see how they counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, this time they omitted their race.
6, 7.
6, 7. Clardy's. That's my family right there. Wow. That's definitely one of the names of my family. Clardy's, McDuffie's, and this is the 1861. So the same count, same inhabitants in Columbus, and the county of Muskogee, Georgia, enumerated. So I doubt anything changed in those 10 years. But you see now they counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think whoever did it the first time, that A. Rutherford, he dropped the
To
ball.
me, it looked like they counted the slave owner and then they listed the number of slaves they had right there. They kept up with they kept up with the slaves.
This time around. So yeah, so now you see this person, he had 10.
Okay, hold still. So you got who that is, Jenny or whatever, Jerry. So that's the slave owner. and then that's to
Yeah.
the side. That's all his slaves right there. He got 10 of them. And don't list
And
their
then A.O.
name.
Blackmore.
It don't list their name or whatever. Just got their age. Like most slave schedules, they really a lot of them don't list the slaves' names. Just mostly just have their age and the sex and age. So
Right.
that's what I said. I have to look at it for a minute and see what's going on here. So it's clearly they just put the slave owner and how many they own. That's basically what it is. So I don't think it's all them black folks were the slave owners, but it's just saying that these are the slave owners and this how many they got and the demographics of the slaves except their name.
All right. So do this right here. You see this name right here? Hold this name. Hold this name. A.O. Blackmar. Right. Just hold that name real quick. I'm gonna go back to the 1851. So hold that name. A.O. Blackmar. We're gonna go to the 1851. Like I'm not being disingenuous. And I'm gonna put A.O. Blackmar in here again. A.O. Right? Blackmar. Right? And then I'm gonna search. So we got A.O. Blackmar, remember? So now, same Columbus, Muskogee, Georgia. He's
Wait a
he's
minute,
listed as a
hold, be
slave.
still. Wait a minute, I see my county. Go click on Lauderdale, Mississippi. What's that?
It's just a
What they talking
slave
about?
inhabitant.
Lauderdale, Mississippi. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, this is the slave inhabitants. And again, they fell to.
I
Oh
need
no,
a
you should
hold on a second. I need to hold
even these
on.
slave owners are BLK,
Hold
and this
on a
is in
second. I need to
1850.
get on here because that's my county. I never seen this shit before. What you on Ancestry?
Ancestry.com.
Where do you go to
See,
get?
I haven't even
Where do you go to get here?
just
Cause that's the county I'm from. What do I need to put in to get there?
go to the 18. Go to your census and go to
I'm where I
matter
go
of
in the
fact,
search.
yeah. So you go to search. Let me kind of let me see if I can streamline it. Because I was looking in the like I said, I'm curious if anybody look at these roles. They got Connolly's in a role. Connolly is a Irish name. Why you in a census? Um, why are
Okay.
you on a Native
Okay.
American
Well, I'm
rolls?
on my
So you
phone.
go to search.
I'm on my phone. I don't know if
So
me
go
being
to
on my
search.
so if me being on my phone make a difference, or do I need to have a
Probably.
computer? Because when I go to the search, it's only asking searching. It just got name, first name, middle name, last name, place of birth. That's it.
All right. So see, I'm on the computer, so I go to search. Then you go to census. Press census. Then right here you got all the different census. You got 1700s. I go to the 1800 census. Right. Then it gives you all of the. I go to U.S. because you gotta do a little digging.
Okay,
So
yeah, I can't. I ain't gonna be able to pull up on my phone. I got the app on the phone because
all
it's
right.
not
So
it's not
U.S.
pulling up.
So U.S. then it says filter by dates. So I go to 1850s. Right.
Okay,
And
go back to Lauderdale, um, Mississippi.
so here you go, Lauderdale, County of Lauderdale,
Okay,
State,
so I
Mississippi.
look. Let me see the last names on here.
All right. Shit. Who the hell was writing these guys? Boy, they cursor was out of this world. Oh, Wood, Cantors. See, color, be okay. Narrow. Maybe you could Hamish McLarson.
Go over. Like
Area.
go on and focus on the name. I can't. Yeah.
I'm trying to do two things at one time, and my
Oh my
arm getting
bad. I'm
tired.
sorry. I'm sorry. Cause I
Oh,
saw.
let me
Cause
see. Let me see if I can put it there. That's much better.
now
I'm gonna
you
do it like
good. I
this.
was just okay. That say Smith right there.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm a. That's what I'll do. I'll Smith, and then we go
Go
over.
over.
See, you see BLK, BL. Go over, and I'm gonna go back up because it's the second. Um, can you? What's that? Do you know what that say? Smelly.
I
But look at the
can't
color.
tell. I
Name of
can't
slave
tell what it
owners.
say. And
Mhm.
that's another. Is that another Smith or that Simmons up under there?
It looked like Simons or yeah, Simons.
Simmons.
Rich Simmons, Simons. And look, all they're owned by BLK people. BLK people. So we're gonna keep going.
I need to look through
Benjamin.
this. I need to look through the Lauderdale County because I never. So when I
Did
looked,
you?
I only got well, like I said, I'm on the app. I ain't never been like online, like on the computer. I want to use it. Oh, excuse me, use the app on my
Look.
phone or whatever.
This
So
person's last name is Black Man, and he's a black man.
yeah, I need to look
Actually,
through it because
no.
I might could find some of my family on here because I never did get past the 1870 or whatever.
And you
I
know, I
never
never hear any black folk talk about this. They
I
always talk,
never
oh yeah, I trace my time back to this white slave master. What the nigga? Why I'm never hear none of y'all
yeah
talk about none of this shit right here.
and yeah, the farthest like well, but like I said once again though, I'm on the app on my phone. I never pulled Ancestry up on the computer. I never did it, which I know it's a difference with being on the app on the phone and on the actually online on the computer. But
Yeah,
yeah, so I as far as I got was 1870, but then you pulling up some 1850 stuff in Lauderdale
yeah.
County.
But Bradley,
I need to
this
look
one I
through. I
can
need
add.
to look.
Bradley, 40 years old. Bradley,
Yeah, you can.
BLB.
You
It's
probably
Brantley. Brantley.
go to
That's Bradley.
Kemper
That's Bradley.
County.
But you
That's
know,
Bradley.
Bradley and Brantley translate to the same thing.
That's Bradley.
Can you type in Kemper County? Kemper County. Can you go to that
Hey,
one?
Yeah, let me
I
hold
just want
on.
to say hey.
Hey, how you
What's
doing,
up, babe?
Ty?
Good. What's Sage up here for?
So you
July.
said Kemper County? How you
Yeah,
spell that?
KEMPER. Kemper, Mississippi.
KEMPER. Kemper County?
Yeah, it might have like DeKalb or something like that.
Search. All right, let's so now you going into enslaved persons. So let's go on to this. Is this the slave schedules? So all right,
Okay,
so
so
this is Kemper County.
that was my folks from Kemper, and then they moved to
So
well, they were both in Kemper and Lauderdale, both.
1850, and look who their owners were. Look at the name of slave
Hold on, let me
owners,
see some of these
and look
last
at their color.
names. Hold still, let me see. Okay, go down,
There's that.
go down, go down. I'm trying to see some last name. Is that Harris? Oh, that
It,
Hearn.
it looked like Halls or Halls
No, that look like
Moon
Hearn right there. That,
HA Harris
oh, that
Harris.
Harris. Oh, I thought that was
I don't
Hearn.
know. Like this usually lets you know if you go back far enough. It usually lets you know like it usually reads it
Oh
to you.
yeah,
But
I'm gonna have to get this shit on the. I got to go through this.
look, Johnson, and she was a female, 23 years old, BLK.
No, I ain't related to no Johnson.
Uh,
I need Wilson. I need Campbell Smith.
shit. There's some Burton. She's a Burton, 50 years old, BLK. Harper.
McCoy.
You know any Hopper?
No.
Rose, BLK. Um, because like I said, you go to free
What
inhabitants,
about
they tell you the free
holiday?
inhabitants.
Holiday. Is it a Jack or Jackson? But I think on the census list as Jack on there.
Yeah,
Then
this one, owned a bunch
holiday.
of people.
Hmm.
I said this one owned a whole bunch of, and they all look. They own owner, name of owner, slave owner, and then you have everybody under them. That's a lot of people. Eli
Okay.
Seals,
Yeah, I know some seals. I ain't related to them though, but I know some seals.
Blueford, with Abraham, Blueford, Hold'em. Oh, yeah, they should get shot.
Go
I
down.
mean, pew pew.
Go to the next page. Let me look at it real quick. I'm trying to see if my family name
Hobson. You know any Hobsons?
Hobsons. Yeah, I know a lot of Hobsons, but I ain't no kin to them though.
Hobson.
Yeah, it's a lot of Hobsons around here. Okay, go down to the next name.
That's a lot of Hobsons. The Burton. There's a Burton.
Go down.
So my thing is, you think they was lying about the names of these owners? Like they just put the slaves under owners when they have the free inhabitant side where they could have put the owners. Here's Burton again. Is this Farmer? Something Farmer? Farmer.
But Burton. I know a few Burtons. Okay, go down. Keep going down. They ain't it. This not in alphabetical order.
No, there's not. There was no rhyme or reason. Davenport, H. Harper, Johnson.
Okay, keep going.
Next page. More Davenports. Rigna. I don't know. They messed this all up. Harrington. Buster. No, that's Burton.
McIntosh. Is that McIntosh?
I don't know. McLean.
Okay.
McIlvain. Ah, gosh.
I ain't gonna lie, Greg. You chewing the fuck out that gum, my guy.
That shit good. It's the Noro shit. Get on it. That shit got me focused. That's how I found this. That Noro ain't no joke. You got Matthews, Bobbitt. Rigby. You know any Rigby's?
I don't know no Rigby. That name don't exist around here no more.
Why you say that?
I don't know nobody last name Rigby.
What about Evans? You got Evans.
That's my husband last name, Evans.
You know any Longs? Nia Long? There's a Long right here. My thing is you think they made a mistake in.
I still ain't found my folks' name.
Wait, what you looking for? I'm gonna put the name in. Last name. What's the last name?
I named a couple of them. Jack, Jack, Holiday, Campbell, Smith, Wilson.
All right, one. I can only put one in at a time. Which one you want?
Do
which
Jack.
one you want the most?
Do Jack. Jack, cause that's what that's
Jack.
Yeah, that one.
Jack.
That's the last name.
Kemper County, Harriet Jack. All right, let's see. Slave owner. Harriet Jack. Slave owner. Where's it at? Oh, here she go right here. Well, Harriet Jack. Harriet Jack, 50 years old. Name of slave owners. Men were named Harriet.
Who is that? What is that?
Jones. I can't read that. Is that man or
Harriet.
female? Harriet Jack or Harry Jack? Harry?
No, that's
Okay,
Harriet.
go over. Let me see. Cause see, okay, so
What's another name?
it stopped at 1870, and that's the last name was the Jack. My great great grand, her name was India. Well, they spelled it different, but one way was India, India, and then they spelled it with an E. And then like
Give
her
me another name.
husband, and after that, that's where it stopped at right there. I never could find them after the 1870. I need to
But you
pull.
see this, right? You see it says the roll the
Yeah,
slave owner.
I got to pull this shit up. Like
So
that's my problem. I'm on the phone, and the phone just ain't gonna give me access to everything. Cause
there's
like when I
AM Jack
pull
right here.
who
AM Jack. AM Jack,
AM
55, color, black. Black. And let's go to the next page. See, here's Jack again. AM Jack. Sheesh. He had people galore. Man, I'm starting to think these are probably tribes. They didn't own them. They was the chief of these tribes. Slave owners. That's the closest thing they could get to it.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm gonna have to get on a computer. I'm gonna have to find me a computer shop. I might get on at work tomorrow, cause
Funky,
I
Funky,
still
you
ain't
was getting the
still ain't
slave.
got.
as you can see, name of slave owners. I'm
Yeah,
not.
Funky
Did
got
that
slave
say
owner
did
in
that
her
say
blood.
Wilson? Go back.
That says I don't know. They was on some other type time with this handwriting.
Yeah, they're like
Kerr,
they look like Kior or
Kerr, Kerr,
Oh, I thought
Kerr,
that was Wilson.
Kerr,
I
Kerr.
think they look like Kior to me.
He was 54. He was a male and he was black. And his name was slave owners in 1850. The shit they don't tell us about, but it is coded by address. Who chewing hard? I'm chewing hard, man. It's this Noro right
Yeah,
here.
I got to get me a computer. I gotta look through this shit. I'm thinking
Like I
of
said, like I was on. Oh, but what I wanted to show y'all was the. I know we went off on a tangent, but this is what I actually wanted to show you about
Nah,
the
you didn't go off on a tangent. It was helpful when I saw Lauderdale, Mississippi, I'm like, wait a minute, because
Chickasaw Rolls, Citizens by Blood. You got Murray and Lanes and what year was this? Uh, Murray, Lane, Francis, Goforth, Harry. This is the Chickasaw, and it tells you their blood quantum, 1/16. These are the people that's claiming to be Native 1/16 blood, and they still got to be on these damn rolls. Citizens by blood, 1/4, 1/2.
what
You
state
got
this what
one
state
one
this
full.
in? What is
This
that?
is it doesn't say a state per se. It's the U.S. Native American citizens and freedmen of 5 civilized tribes from 1895 to 1914. And as you can see, it says and so-called freedmen, because people gotta realize during those times people were free from being POWs. It didn't exclusively mean black people, as you can see from the slave schedules. Somebody lying.
I don't know.
They
I don't know
lying.
about the dial rolls and all that. That's Sage probably can answer that.
Yeah, see,
You
this is the
got Sage?
Choctaw and Chickasaw rolls.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I'm not. I don't look into a lot of Native American stuff because I ain't never think that I was Native. I don't think I'm Native American or indigenous. So it's I never deep dive into their stuff. So I don't know.
Colbert. I mean, look at him, like 116th. Colbert, 116th. They telling you
Sage.
they blood. 1/8, half. Like Smith, you got a whole bunch of Smiths on here. It said free men, 5 civilized tribes, but this the one I wanted to go to because the names, them names is they was rappers back in the day. They was rappers. They rap names was crazy.
Is
Stinking
either
Fish.
Choctaws in Mississippi or this the one they went to Oklahoma?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you. But the first one, see, here's all of the ones up here. These are all the rolls, right? These are the Baker revised roll, Baker roll, Churchill roll. So I wanted to go to the earliest one, right? So I went to the 1835 because you don't see them anywhere else. So North Carolina Department of Archives and History, Cherokee Indians historical roll books. It's like people was, I believe that $5 rule. Like here's the names of them, and it get crazy. Acorn John. Can y'all read any of
I
this?
know that's how they name themselves. They name themselves like that.
Atola, Akichi, Alaka, Arch. And we're gonna keep going. Aggie. Some of you motherfuckers are Aggie. Aga. A lot of this stuff is very like you can't. Annie, Aki, Archie, Brown, John Brown, Richard Brown, George Black, Big Dollar. I think my man name was Big Dollar. I wonder where his people at. Big Dollar. Big Bear, Nancy Big Bear, James Brown, he was apparently on the list. Black Fox, let me see, Big Jim, Blackbird. It get crazy. I'm talking about like there's literally a person on here named Stinking Fish. I want to know who they descendants are. You are the descendant of Stinking Fish. Bullfrog, Big Mush, Big Feather, Barley something, Blackburn,
I
Rich
mean, but
Blackburn.
these names probably been translated into English, but they the Choctaw had their own language or their own names. A lot of stuff that's been translated into English.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you that one too. They have it right. Is it this one? I think this is the one where they show like the translation of the names. And where you see Washita's translated to Washington, which I thought was very interesting. See, well,
I
but
don't
this
know,
one
'cause
is
I know
like
like around here where I live at, we like we got certain names around here that from Choctaw name like Sawashi. That's one. Otibi, Okotobi. It's different. Like names around here that we get from them or whatever. But like these type of names like this, been probably been translated into English.
yeah, something bear food, good bear. Good bear. Yeah, this is the actual Eastern Cherokee Indian reservation rolls, and it's in such terrible condition. Like, look at that. This is
Like got water
generation. Like
damage.
this is the definition of pen genocide. Like, how can you even
It was
read?
like
You can't even
water
read.
damage or something.
I see John Blythe again. So they must have took the names off of here. and put him in the other book. The dog, somebody named the dog Moses. Yeah, they got some. They got one person named Nigger killer. Can't make this up. Can't make it up. Nigger killer is one of the people named on here. John Tobacco, something Turkey, standing Turkey. These rap names is crazy. And yeah, this is the Henderson Roll of 1835. And yeah, bushy head. You know any Native Americans with bushy head? There's another bushy head, Jesse Bushy Head, something bushy head, Big B. Horsefly, got a nigga named Horsefly, Scraper. Black Fox. Here's Black Fox again. So they was taking the names off of the other one and just add more background to it. Blackwater, which is very interesting. That's the name of a military group. Norman, Woman. Oh wow, look at this guy name. Woman, really? You see that, right? I don't even think I can say that on here. Woman, unaliver. Crazy. They keep Walking Man. I wonder who his descendants are. You got Washta, David Pipe, something Water, Walking Mall. They got a Walking Mall. Oh, this is my boy Fishtails. I wonder who his descendants are. DICK String. Okay. They got a Springston. Yeah, they got some outrageous names. They got Woman Unaliver. The names is crazy. Layering Wolf, Over Kitter. The Gooses. Can't make this up. Jack. Some people just had one name, and it keeps going. It's 73 pages of this. This is 14 out of 73, and it just keeps going. Charles Smoke, Floating Dog. Where his people at? You know where Floating Dog at? Young Bird. These is rap names. Young Bird. This is crazy. Nobody be talking about this on here. Nobody. Oh, I think it was gone. So yeah, the Churchill Roll. North Carolina, Churchill. So a lot of the Eastern Band, Cherokee Indians, historical roll books, Churchill rolls, years 1908. I guess this is one of their treaties. It's barely legible, but I'm sure we read this, you probably learn a lot. Let me see. So, see, here's the names. Here's the names, and then their English name. Hopefully that helps. So you got Sicconi, Al, Lucy, and then you got Lucy over here. You got Sequia. And don't we name our name like Sequia, Tayana, or Dinah, Jonah? These ain't no white T people. They like, come on, man. Another one. Tata. And this is all in Cherokee, North Carolina. Anybody know where Cherokee, North Carolina is? It's a very small town in the southeastern region of North Carolina. Um, and it's still there to this day. So here's the names. You got the Blythes, Jessiane, Jessen. So you got the names, and then you got their English names. So they can't say that these people names. They always trying to use the argument. Oh, how you don't got your name? That's how they lost their names. Alina. How you go from Alina to Jenny? Tali to Charles. Charlie. Tali. Ewa. Ewa went to Eve. Walajan went to Wiley. And look, Willany is William. It keeps going, man. It keeps going. Willie went to Will West. Will Wesky is now Will West. Zachariah Smith, he kept his name. Loney Chohi is now Sally. Westy is now West. Gentel. Yeah, man. Wealth of knowledge. So I know you was asking about the English names. So you got the Indian name, then you got the English name. This one name was Tamar to me. Now his name is Jamar. Y'all know any white Jamars? You know, am I tripping? Janai, now is Jamar. I don't know any white Jamars. Feather, Ansi, some of the names were direct. Jonah. This was the Indian name, Jonah, and then they changed it to Jonah. Jonah. Nasugeta is now Simpson. So this is the Churchill Rolls. It can be found on Ancestry.com. You feel? Martha. Wheelie. William. Ute Shell. Olsi. This is the Indian names, and this is their translated names. My boy was Udane Yunda. Udane Yunda is now John. Kuala Ann is now Kali Ann. Kuala Ann is now Kali Ann. That's probably why we can't find. That's probably why we can't find our answers. Is because after 1908, they done switched the name. Backwater. How you gonna find this? How you gonna find your ancestors if it stops right here? Backwater. Nelly. You got Nelly right here. Nelly Locust. And there is somebody on the other one. Just simply Nelly. Name is just Nelly. Nancy. Mika, Mick. This is his Indian name, Mika. And now it's Mike. Mika, Mike. Chatue Sta is now Carolyn. walking stick. So you know any walking sticks? Uh, Jenny Arch, Chinny Ya. That's now Jenny Arch. Irene is now Irene. Irina is now Irene. Stasi is now Stacy. James Reed. Yeah, shit, keep going. It's 90 pages of this. You got 19 people on here? That's crazy. Y'all learning anything? You said, where you see that at? I know, don't sound like Latino names. Not at all. And it just keep going. I want to get back to the other one though. The where is it at? This Henderson, man. This thing is off the chain. Names on here is like somebody paid $5 to get on this on these lists. Let's see if I can. Where was it at? K's. What was that? So this is the church, the Henderson Roll Index. These are the names. Chickadam, Chicka. Look at this. What kind of name is that? Y'all see what that say? Choctaw Unaliver. Got Cumberland. Lockwood, Chautawi, something, John Unaliver, Cahoot, John Chicala. Yeah, this is the type of stuff that should be known, like widely. Should be widely known. You know, people they be talking about this stuff. They don't even know the names, and it keeps going. I'm trying to find my boy Stinking Fish. Where's Stinking? Matter of fact, let me see. Bookmarks. Eastern Cherokee. Is this the one? Let me see. Is this the one? My boy Stinking Fish. Where's Stinking Fish at? Yo, oh here it go. My boy Stinking Fish. Y'all thought I was joking. Yo, who is descendants? Who is descendants? Stinking Fish. And here's Choctaw Unaliver again. So you know it's coming from the same that same roles. So I just want to know who Stinking Fish family. I wonder. So, John Fish. Let me see. What's the other one? Bookmarks. Is it this one? Let's see. Which one was this? I thought this one was interesting. Buffalo Calf. David 5. This one is 5. I don't know. This is 5 Unaliver. This one is starch corn flour. Anybody related to starch corn flour? They was trolling on here. This is the original example of trolling. Let's see. That is about it.
Those names are pretty crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And here's another one I thought was very interesting. A native Buckingham. Yeah, that's a very interesting name. That has a lot of implications behind it. Buckingham. White tobacco. These rap names right here. Sean, pheasant, just known as pheasant. Bull, snake, prying snake. Has anybody ever played Metal Gear Solid 5? All of the people got like random names. Somebody's name was Bear. Just straight up Bear. That's it. Sinking, Chickadee, Trunk. Somebody's name was Trunk. Sides. Somebody's name was just Sides. Oh, there's Stinking Fish again. Choctaw Unaliver. That's wild. Buffaloes. Sequenta. So somebody named just simply Jake. George, simply George. No more, no less. I don't think they did a lot of verification when people was writing their names on this on these rolls at all. Blackbird is pheasant again. Walking Wolf from Little River. Old, I don't know what that's. Old Big Dirt. Anybody descendant of Big Dirt? It's crazy. Big Dirt, Big Acorn, Beer at Home. My boy named Beer at Home. Okay. Howling Wolf. Boots. My boy name was just Boots. Sparrowfoot. Peter. Simply Peter. And they keep going on and on. On and on. This stuff I can't really read. So, if y'all ever interested in knowing a little bit more, and y'all think Ancestry.com is BS, it is not BS. This is the fastest way to trace your genealogy. DNA test is fine, but DNA tells you what you are. Genealogy tells you who you are. I'd rather know who I am than what I know what I am. But who are you is another question. You know? Pumpkin. Oh. If anybody on here, my boy named Horny Smith. Horny. Anybody know Horny Smith? Somebody name is just Fine. Mouse. This. Yep. John Dick. Just simply D-I-C-K. My boy name's Spike Buck. Nickel Jack. Dry. Somebody name's Dry. That's it. It's wild, so. Locust. This is history right here. Illegible as it is, It just gets worse and worse. They didn't take very good care of these roads. You can't even see what's up here. I can't tell you what none of this census of Cherokees. They didn't care. They didn't care at all to keep up with who is who and what is what. Get a little glimpse here and there, but that's about it. Susana. So, but I'm done. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. It was real. Y'all have a good night.
That was a good presentation.
Thank you. I mean, it is right. It's here. Like, it's already presented for us. You just gotta find it. Just dig. You know what I mean, and keep digging. And keep digging some more. And when you think you get to the end, dig some more. That's all you can do. So, oh yeah. Well, I want to leave on this note. My boy right here. My boy Young Wolf. That's a rap name. Yeah. Y'all gonna call me Young Wolf. And I'm out.